Right. Marty Whitmore.
Present.
Kathy Chandler Henry.
Present.
Tom Alvey. Steve Beckley.
Present.
Mike Richard.
Here.
Kathleen Curry.
Here.
Stan Winry. Steve.
He's here. He had to take a call, but he's here.
Steve Aquafresca.
Here.
Tom Gray.
Here.
Catlin.
Here.
John Ely. Al Vandenbrink.
Here.
Doug Monger. Reedy Hazard.
Here.
Taylor Haas.
Here. All right, our first agenda item this morning is presentation of the 2020 audit by Dan Cudahy.
And
You're with us by Zoom?
Yes, I am.
Great, take it away.
Okay, thank you.
Oh,
we have Ian do just a quick introduction.
Yeah, sure. So as you guys know, this is Dan Cudahy. He's from McMahon and Associates out of Avon. Dan, I believe this is the third year that we've used you guys for our audit. 2 years of a single audit, and yeah, Dan and his team were a pleasure to work with remotely during the spring. And I just wanted to throw a shout out to Lucy. I want to thank her for all her work as well. Couldn't do this job without her. So with that, I'll let Dan take it away.
Thank you, Ian. The River District received an unqualified opinion on its 2020 financial statements. The audit went well. We didn't have any difficulties performing the audit. We did not have any disagreements with management, and there were no adjustments to the financial statements as a result of audit procedures. The internal controls are adequate and segregation of duties are appropriate for the size and operations of the district. We didn't have any recommendations to improve internal controls. The River District is in good financial condition at December 31st, 2020, with about $37 million in available resources, and that's on an operating budget of about $9 million. So there's room for internal capital improvements there, in addition to a good, healthy operating reserve. The district's net position decreased by about $503,000 during 2020. So overall, this is a very good report, both from an audit and internal control standpoint, and also from a financial standpoint. The district is healthy, and it's all good news. We don't always have good news. I'm glad we can report good news, and thanks to Ian and Lucy for their all their help during the audit, and for really keeping everything in good order with the district over the years. Are there any questions?
We are rightfully proud of our staff here at the district. Our financial team is outstanding. Our management team is outstanding. And it's nice to get confirmation of that from our auditors. Yeah, great work.
Thank you.
We need a motion to accept the 2020 audit.
So moved.
Moved by Richard.
Second.
Second by Catlin. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Nay. The audit's approved. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
Dan.
Thanks, everyone. Bye.
Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to move right into director's concerns, and it isn't just concerns, it's just anything of interest.
Whatever you want to talk about.
Whatever you want to talk about. Everybody gets about 3 to 5 TV shows. Let's start, Tom, with you, Director Gray.
Oh, shoot.
Well, I'm a little bit miffed because in Moffat County, we're not getting the monsoon moisture that you guys are all getting. Other than Al and I were on that page, and we wonder what's.
You're not living right.
We'd like you guys to do something about that. No, I mean, really, that is the topic in Moffat County is the drought. And we do have a couple things going on. The city of Craig's putting in a water park, considering an RICP water right. And so we've been having some meetings to try to, if they can do that, try to make sure that it has some carve outs for some other developments and things. And that's about the only new things on the block for Moffat County and water. I won't take any more time.
We can hopefully get some more. Yes.
Yeah, please make a motion.
They were only that easy. Thank you. So I think Summit County's big thing right now is just trying to manage people management with fire management, right? It's, you know, we're bouncing back and forth between stage 1, stage 2 drought restrictions, fire restrictions, which is confusing for folks, you know, how to manage that and what's allowed. And so anyway, so we're grateful for the rains, but it's like, but then it dries out again. So anyway, that's been, I think, the real heavy topic of conversation in the county. And then we've talked about this before, but just the impacts of tourism and the new issues and overcrowding that, you know, is good on one hand to have the economic effects, but it's also challenging to manage. And we're, like everybody else, dealing with staffing shortages around the county, pretty serious ones. But other than that, just, yeah, wake up every day thinking about what's going to be different. How are we going to change the way we as a community go forward in this new era? It feels like a new era for so many reasons. So I'll stop there. Director Beckley.
I hope you guys noticed we planned the rain last night, you guys.
We cheered.
Yes, it was good, wasn't it? Zane and myself actually made a presentation to the county commissioners last week, or actually on Monday. So went over the general information that we've been provided for us, and they were very receptive and thankful that we know that they have concerns, of course, like everybody does, about the drought and the extreme conditions that we're in. The western part of Garfield County, of course, is still fighting the fire from last year and the mudslides that we get to close the highway, and it's closed right now, I think. So I guess kind of welcome to our world. I mean, this is happens to us on a weekly basis, it seems like. So, you know, the fire is something that just kind of keeps giving for the probably next 5 years. So it's a serious thing. So I think that's about all we had. But again, I appreciate being part of this team. So
Thank you.
Hey.
Director Campbell.
Thank you. Well, in Montrose, we're actually better off than what we thought we might be by this time of the year. Growers are using water at about 80% of their water right, which helps keep the reservoirs and everything in a managed state. Crops are doing great. Enough heat quotients that, you know, corn's jumping out of the ground and reaching for the sky with that one limb. The community is bustling. There's seems to be that we've been found. You know, we were a little gym there for a long time, and now we're on everybody's mind. So there's houses coming out of places that shouldn't have houses, but you know, that's better than farm ground. It seems like wind is up under our wings in that community. It feels like people are looking forward, looking up, looking forward. We suffer some of the same problems. You know, we're not used to setting through 2 stoplights. So there's too many people there now. We're gonna have to get some people moved. We're gonna limit growth. We're gonna have to do all kinds of things. But it seems like we're gonna be okay. We worry about a lot of things that are happening in the rest of the state. But, you know, we can't reach out and do much about that. So we're gonna do the best we can with what we've got.
Director Curry.
Oh. So we have similar concerns. I'm hearing a lot of, from the press and others in Johnson County about Blue Mesa being drained. That's, I'd say top of their mind right now. I don't know what the dollar value is of the tourism, the folks that come to our county just to go to Blue Mesa. There's a lot of beach now for them, so, and gonna be more. And people don't really, they're not connecting the dots why the lake is going down. And it's just a huge visual too, when you drive by it. You know, there's the towns that were inundated are popping up again, and you can see the foundations and all that. And so that's, I'd say, the number one concern of people in the valley. And then maybe number two is people management. We have such a shortage of workers that are, and so many tourists coming in, even though the highway's closed between us and Montrose, they all, Representative, they're all just stopping in Gunnison, and I'm like, go. But they, we actually are running full page ads in our newspaper apologizing to the visitors because the service, it's like a half-hour wait for a cup of coffee, no restaurants, you know, people aren't getting treated the way they had hoped because we're overwhelmed. Same thing, the Discovery thing. And we've got to figure out housing, we've got to figure out, our tourism board stopped spending money on advertising so that we wouldn't attract any more people. Yeah, so, but on the water side for our municipality, we depend on groundwater, and that they're doing okay, you know, as far as being able to pump what they need. So, but we're just facing the same recreation pressures, and how do you balance that with the existing uses?
Director Vandenbrink.
I'm gonna try and not be all doom and gloom. And I'm actually gonna do the good, the bad, the ugly, and the heartbreaking. As we're like Mr. Catlin said there, I mean, we're gonna be okay. We know that, but that doesn't mean that there's not a certain amount of anxiousness and high anxiety going through a lot of people, where they're coming to me and they're pointing at me, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Well, and then that kind of puts a little fire under my tongue. Let's have a little bit more firmer conversation with people. Because there's some people that are genuinely scared. But the good side of it is we do have a White River initiative that is aggressively moving forward. They've identified several goals, that these goals were shared and agreed upon across our entire White River Basin. And really the underlying piece of that is to look at moving towards operating the basin as one rather than individual segments. And this is a large community initiative that is a huge community process where they're making public comment a massive part of this. So everybody's got to say, everybody's got a seat at the table. And I'm encouraged to see if they've got some additional staff. They're moving forward with some assessments on head gates and diversion structures like they did on the Yampa as well, but also getting people trained up to do that in-house in our own community, but even to do riparian assessments. And that's a cooperative agreement that we've got freely with CNCC and their Natural Resources Department to help train people in our community that have the ability and the interest to go in and start learning how to do riparian assessments. So that's encouraging. This spring as well, you know, I talked about this with a couple other directors. Ranchers and those ranch irrigators are some of the best water managers I've ever seen in my life. Water management in Colorado started at the end of a shovel for the most part that I've seen. And this year, like I seen in 2012 and other previous years where it got bad, ranchers, man, those guys, they start pouring the water on. They know it. And in the White River Basin, as you hear me reflect upon so much, we're a groundwater basin. We don't have storage, so we have to rely upon those alluvial storage and the return flows. So those guys have actually been filling up their groundwater. We've got new oxbows that have actually been filled up that I haven't seen filled up before. I'm holding my breath saying, community, this is what we needed to see done. This actually helps us weather this storm that's coming. Our flows have actually been holding up better than what we've expected. But the critical time is starting last week when they start turning their ditches on. So the Meeker hay cutting was really good to where they were bragging about it a little bit to me, but the Rangeley cutting was less than average. They cut it, now they can't get water on it, it's brown. And you've got ranchers selling off as much as half their herds now. We've been hauling water for almost 2 years for these people where they can't get water. So, and that's really put a little bit more emphasis on us developing our rural water system that we've been working on, and we're moving forward with it. It's not an easy process, but to bring domestic potable water to these rural areas for that resiliency that they don't have right now. So the other good piece of it is the PBO is moving forward a little bit more and getting back on track. We had a few political barriers that we encountered, but we were able to resolve that through just mutual conversations, and that was good to kind of see that going forward. I know Mike's been participating with that, and I appreciate, man, do I appreciate having Mike there to have an ear just to call up and just kind of, what do we do here, man? Help me out, help me understand this. So it's good to see that moving forward with a more formal sunset date to get the plan drafted. Let's get a plan in place to protect our endangered species, because it is a huge important process that we have a community that really cares about it. They just lack the tools, the full tools to get that done. So the bad, algae. Well, we've been dealing with that now since 2014, when I got scolded by the town manager for having 80 hours of overtime, keeping the town's intake open. But it started in the Meeker about 3 weeks ago, from what I understand. But it started the 3rd week of May in the lower White River Basin. And this stuff is growing tougher. It used to never grow in flows that it started out at flows about 350. Then we've seen it 600, it was growing. Now we're at 800 and it's growing, and the stuff is just getting tougher. It just keeps getting tougher. Ranchers have added their ingenuity, as I'm glad to see, to where they've made screens and washers so that they don't have the impacts upon their irrigation system to keep that water going. Because it isn't a gravity-fed system. A lot of this is pumped. So that they were burning up pumps. A few are still burning up pumps, but that's what we're dealing with. So, but they've been able to at least get a little bit more water on the ground by learning how to deal with that algae as it grows. Something new that we've noticed this year with that algae is we've got snails. And I'm working with CPW a little bit on that to figure out what these things are, but boy, they really like living in that algae. And I don't know if these are good snails or bad snails. I don't know. But when you see a 5-gallon bucket full of snails, that's a lot of snails. So something that we're kind of watching as well. We did do a test flush a few years ago, a pulse flow through Taylor Draw Dam, but that's not always practical with our limited abilities there within the White River, and that flushing flow really helped, but we just can't do it like we normally want to. So let's see, let's go to the ugly. In the White River Basin, I'll tell you, demand management as it's being proposed is seen as being very ugly. When you have a basin that is 100% groundwater dependent, when they're talking about taking flood irrigation away, that's the target. You've got Meeker and Rangeley, you impose a 10% demand management scenario upon them, you're looking at just a few dribbles of water. So you know where the target's at. It's on A. And when you look at the historical record, it was 15 CFS as being the lowest on the White River, I believe in 77. So if that 15 CFS was removed from the system earlier up for a demand management program, does that mean in Rangeley the river would be empty? I don't know. But those are things that definitely bring some concern to people when they see that historical trend. So we're watching that. We've provided some comments all over the place. We're very critical of it because we see this could be very, very devastating to our basin. And it's not saying we don't want to participate. We just feel like it's very complicated for us to participate because of the level of jeopardy that it provides to our water users in the White River Basin. Now the heartbreak. I had a straight hook after hooking into what we perceive as a large pike minnow lower in the White River Basin and straightened my hook. So that's the heartbreak. It's in a popular pike minnow hole, fishing hole, and we believe that's what I hooked into, and I couldn't get it out of the water and straighten my hook. So
Just a big stick.
There's no, it was more than a big stick, but that's the heartbreak. So anyway, there's my wrap up: the good, the bad, the ugly, and the heartbreak. So
Thank you very much.
I can't follow that.
I'm so sorry. Very would.
Grand County, similar with everyone else, major fire last year, certainly created a new dynamic up there that the county's not going through. Homes are starting to be rebuilt. On the ranching and irrigation side, it's we haven't seen a major issue yet. We had 2 minor storm events up on the fire area that did create a little bit of flooding for a very short time period. Drought is still a huge issue up there. The east end of the county is actually in relatively good shape up there. They've had rains that have come up over the top from the Front Range, and that side is certainly in better shape. By the time you get to the west side, we're very dry, but still look better than Moffett County and stuff. So not bad. Here you are in the middle of a drought, but yet we have to worry about flooding because of the fire. That does, with those individuals that are dealing with ditches and stuff, we've already taken the precautions and the necessary steps to try to prevent those high waters from getting into those ditches and creating other issues downstream or down the ditch. We're trying to be proactive on what may potentially happen, and that's the only way we can address that. Good news, Wolford filled this year. There was enough water in the muddy basin to fill that, and it's been tremendous because the recreational resource there and the people that are there using it, there has not been a drop off. I may be speaking out of turn on Hunter here, but I could see the potential for a demand to increase camping there simply because of the fact that they are filled up. We went out and used pontoons this year, and it was difficult to get on the waters with people there. Part of that's in the fact that Green Mountain's not filled. Williams Fork was still filling. I think they came within 5 feet of filling. So with Wolford filling, there was a tremendous demand there, but that's not going to stop with the number of people we have in our state now. Would also like to thank the River District, Northern, and Denver for the increased fish flow through Grand County, the urban releases on that to help keep those water temperatures cool. There is definitely an algae concern on the Colorado. Our one ranch is on the river, and the algae's out in the middle of the water, even with the flows it's at right now, which is we've never seen before. And I think there are certainly huge concerns from an environmental perspective as to how we go forward with that and what happens. Other than that, that's, I mean, same boat as everyone else. We'll keep swimming.
Thank you. Director Fresca.
Thank you. And I'm sorry for the red glare on my visual. I have an east-facing window I have to block out. It'll be normal by noon. Last month, here in Mesa County, we were fortunate to have the Colorado Agricultural Leadership Program in our county. I believe some of you are familiar with Ag Leadership. It's a 2-year professional leadership program for people from all walks of agriculture. This was a class of 23 that were here in the Palisade area for several days, looking at our agriculture, looking at our water systems. And the River District hosted a pizza lunch for the class one day while they were here. And that gave us an opportunity to speak with the class about Colorado River issues. Our senior water rights engineer, Brendan, came down and joined me for the presentation. And he was very helpful to fill in on many of the details. We kind of presented River District 101 to the class, and then we launched into current threats and challenges associated with the Colorado River. Now, with the exception of a few participants, this class was entirely from Eastern Colorado. Most of the participants were from the Front Range. In addition to farmers and ranchers, there were a lot of agribusiness people in the group. It was a very good quality class, and they listened intently. I think it was kind of a wake-up call for them. Many of them did not understand how precarious our situation is over on the West Slope with the Colorado River. Also, we identified a handful of class members that irrigate with Colorado River water over on the Front Range. And of course, so it was kind of news to them that we're entertaining water sharing programs such as demand management over here, and that we felt that they needed to participate in those water sharing programs, whatever it looks like. So we really got their attention in a hurry, but it was time well spent. This is a high quality program. It's a 2-year program. They travel the state of Colorado. They have several trips throughout the US to Washington, DC, and they have a foreign trip associated with every class. I'd really like to see some of our River District staff consider applying for the next class. They'll be taking applications probably about a year from now. So I'd like to get some literature and distribute it amongst our staff. And I think it would be a great professional building process for our staff that wants more exposure to farmers and ranchers and agriculturalists, agribusiness people from all over the state of Colorado. So you'll hear me bring up Colorado Ag Leadership again in the future. Last week, I met with Mesa County commissioners to give them an update on River District affairs and other considerations regarding our water supply here. They're at a little bit of a loss as to how they can help, what they can do, but they are going to be supportive of the partnership funding application from Mesa County that we're going to visit here in just a few moments. And if the River District has not yet received a letter of support for that proposal from our county commissioners, it's certainly on the way. We set a new all-time high temperature in Mesa County last month. It was 107 degrees in 150 years of temperature record keeping. That's the highest temperature that's ever been recorded here. Also, we've had many days of over 100 degrees, and I'm pretty sure we're going to set a new record for number of days over 100 degrees. And most of these days have terribly low humidity levels down in the single digits. So the stress on our crop production is just tremendous. And I'm pretty sure that most irrigators are using their full allotment just to keep up with the evapotranspiration needs of their crops. And even at that, here at my place where this year I have a lot of produce production, I've suffered damage to some of my produce varieties. So it's a real struggle to keep up. Not the kind of year you want when your water supply is pretty short. That's about all I have to report. Oh, I did, many of you talked about growth and development in your area. The growth and development here in Mesa County is just head over heels. The demand for residential properties is terribly high. I understand a lot of these properties go on the market, and just like stories we've heard from other parts of the country, there's a bidding war. They price the residents, put it on the market, and then people start to bid it up to see who gets it. The developers are trying to secure raw land for more development. Fortunately, the city of Grand Junction is promoting infill, and they're giving developers a few breaks if they will develop on infill properties or redevelopment properties. That's certainly a good thing. I hope as this drought continues, I hope our domestic water providers are able to keep up with the demand for new water taps. That's something that's a fear I have in the back of my mind going forward. If there are restrictions, such as restrictions on outdoor water use in our near future, then the next question that comes up is, are the water providers going to be able to provide new water taps? So we'd really like to see a break in the climate trend around here. And I just to finish with, I remember irrigating in 1977. It was my first year out of college, and I had an irrigating job, and that was a real tough year for irrigating. But about August of that year, the monsoons cranked up and the heavens opened up, and we just had tremendous downpours for probably about 60 days. And the desert just greened up in a hurry. By September, October, it was looking really good. A lot of soil moisture had been replenished. And then the following winter, 77, 78 was a real good snow year. So, we can have that complete turnaround. We've had it before. And I'm keeping my fingers crossed that maybe we'll get some of that in the future. Thanks a lot.
Director Hazard, are you still on Zoom?
I am, yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Well, first of all, I would just like to say that I am proud to be one of the 15 counties, or the one of the 15 counties that are not in such a drastic drought designation. However, we're still definitely feeling it. So I do sympathize with the rest of the counties. We've had some very good rains. We've had lots of dry lightning and some fires, but thankfully the rains came in and they took out the fires. So that was good. As far as the tourism, we still continue to have influx of groups of campers. I've asked several years ago for the tourism, both in Gunnison County and Saguache County, to please cut back on their ads due to the infrastructure. We have very few porta potties in Saguache County, so you can imagine private landowners and our government lands that are getting, I guess, technically dumped on. It's something that, it's such a health hazard, and it's so sad that that people come to the West Slope and have nowhere to take care of things, and they're just desperate. So many people have lost jobs. We've got a lot of people living in campers. I don't know what they're going to do in the wintertime, because between the winds and everything else in my area, it's going to be horrific. Also, search and rescue in our area has really gone up. People getting lost, just not knowing where to go. And the campers, we don't have that many roads, again, on my side of Saguache County that are county maintained. And a lot of them are getting to the end of the road and they can't turn around, and it's putting a lot of people in danger. So obviously that's not something that we can change, but hopefully things get turned around that way, or the economy gets better. But again, I'm glad that we've been having the rains, and we'll take them as they come. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Monger.
Get myself off mute here. Well, thank you. And I'm not gonna spend a lot of time. I really apologize for not being able to make it in person. I was looking forward to it. Man, it'll be the first meeting I've been able to join in person and the rest, but work habits in the moisture content, we have to use my early morning hours to haul water out to my cows. And so I'm not going to vent a lot more. I complained yesterday, and we just really need some rains. We haven't had, I keep cutting down fields and we couldn't even get it wet. So, I just keep drying up. Soil moisture, we talk about soil moisture. DK talked about soil moisture. I think we're looking at the soil moisture being back as bad as was in the 30s and when the Dust Bowl days here in Routt County. And we're kind of the asbestos forest, and we always have gotten good snowfall and then spring rains, but the spring rains didn't come at all. And we're just, in 1935, evidently all of our springs through this whole valleys in Routt and Moffat County dried up. We're looking at that again right now. All of our ephemeral creeks are dried up. There's not one CFS. There's not a half a CFS running through them things. You know, climate change is kind of happening here, as everybody said, and yet I worry about climate change more in the regard if it's going to be this hot here in Rock County and the rest, and yet this is going to be a lot better than where Director Fresca was talking about setting the record and 117 degrees in Phoenix and the rest. I worry about, you know, we'll look like a pretty opportune place to be camping out. So I'm worried about that. We are still trend positively working with our integrated water management plan, our stream management plan. We're working very proactively with DWR too, and trying to be a facilitator in getting those, what we talked about yesterday, those measuring devices and the rest. You know, I'm pretty concerned about a couple things coming up, and we've talked about them already a little bit too. You know, the crisp releases, you know, and we mentioned, I think Director Curry mentioned it yesterday. I'm concerned as well. This is a one-time shot, and so what happens next year? And yet we still have, you know, our basin in the White River Basin are some of the least prepared with the least amount of storage. You know, we weren't around at the handout table when those things were coming down. And so, you know, we really, I don't know, we still have a lot of work to do to be able to figure out how we can provide some storage. Demand management really concerns me. And again, especially when we're not a participant, you know, or we all, or all of us are not really participating, and I've been concerned about how that's been handled in a vacuum and the rest. You know, our Yampa White and Tom Gray, Director Gray, has been very instrumental, and if we're going to send staff out to be doing some work on demand management, I hope they will look at our sideboards, and I think they were some pretty well thought out things, and maybe we don't have to reinvent the wheel. You know, I'm pretty concerned about the Trans Mountain diversions and their participation in demand management, especially if they're going to contribute to demand management, and then they still have the need for additional storage because of growth. And so it's like they're going to have to double down here to be able to participate in demand management. And yeah, I think the biggest concern all of us need to have is this continued concern of the compact call, and I'm not sure exactly where Kevin Ryan, the state engineer's office, is going to go with that. We kind of thought, well, we don't need to think about it because it's not ever going to happen, and yet right now we still might be sitting pretty close to, you know, this is a second year in a row of bad, and I'm with Director Fresca. We're still hoping for a miracle May, miracle June, miracle July, whatever month it needs to have a miracle in, but we need some water around here. And you know, at the same point in time, we need to be able to store it when it comes in. And so don't waste a good emergency. So as we try to talk about storage and the rest, I think we all need to do. So I apologize. I was going to stay brief. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Chandler.
Thanks, Marty. Yeah, for more of fire, floods, and drought, but we have the Sylvan Fire and pestilence. Yeah, we have the Sylvan Fire in Eagle County that hit us in June, which is really early for a fire. It's Scott Fitzwilliams at the White River estimates it won't go out until it gets enough snow on it. So it is mostly in the wilderness area now and just sort of puttering along, not getting bigger, but it had the potential to be devastating had we not gotten those timely rains. We had about a week of nice cooler, a little bit wet weather. So Cottonwood Pass is an issue for us because of what Steve said, Glenwood Canyon being closed on a fairly regular basis. CDOT says that's probably 5 years at least that will happen, and you can just see the devastation in there, the lack of those few little trees who are holding the dirt in they're burned now and it's falling down on the roads. That is an impact from us, and I agree with Director Munger, those climate refugees, you know, we're already seeing those, that stress on the outdoor recreation economies that most of us are even spreading into some of the Western Slope counties that didn't used to think of themselves as outdoor rec. I think that pressure is coming. And I've been thinking a lot about, you know, oil and gas is an extractive industry and they have a severance tax. I think outdoor recreation is also an extractive industry, but there's no severance tax to help the communities pay for housing and some of that infrastructure that Director Hazard was talking about. And I don't know where that might come from. I mean, is it the tent manufacturers? It can't really be fees because then you deny people the right to use their public lands. But there is I think that pressure on outdoor recreation is something that we have to start thinking about differently because it's not casual use anymore. The county has made a big investment in housing. We're trying to jumpstart a bunch of different issues, and we took about 1/3 of our reserves and put that towards housing. So and that was about $10 million. So we just made that decision. We're hoping to get some big projects going. And on the ag side, this is our first full year of ag management of the 1,700 acres of open space up the Brush Creek Valley. So it's keeping some ag land right in the center valleys there. We're really excited about that. We're working with the Conservation District more than we have in the past and working a lot on soil health issues. And one thing that I think is really exciting that NRCS and the Conservation District are doing is this electronic fencing. Have you heard of that? It's called VENCE, V-E-N-C-E. And it's hooked up to GPS satellite, and you can you put collars on your cows. If this works, I guess, and then you can draw out your fences on your computer hooked up the satellite. The cows apparently figure this out quickly, and you can move your range, your grazing permits. You can let them down to the stream and then take them off the stream. So I think it has some good potential for water management and grazing management. There's a big ranch operation, the Luarks up the Colorado River Valley, who are trying this out. And I think some other ranchers are interested in getting involved in that too. And the last thing I have is homestake project, the homestake partners. They got their approval from the Forest Service to do the test drilling up there. There's lots of chat about that and lots of recognition when you talk about demand management. I mean, irrigation is curtailed already, but the Trans Mountain diverters get theirs off the top, and whatever's left, which isn't enough, the ag users and the municipal users get. So it's a big issue, and I think it's going to get pretty heated.
Thank you. Ouray County, like everyone else, suddenly has been discovered. And so housing is in very short supply. City of Ouray is allowing workers to live in RVs on private property. And you know, we have restaurants closed, you know, because a couple days a week, because there aren't enough people, you know, willing or interested in working. And so we're seeing a lot of that same, you know, over love. I had to chuckle. I was looking at some Facebook posts from the Estes Park area. And of course, with Rocky Mountain National Park's new timed entry system, people are finding that if you aren't on your computer the first day of the month before you're going, so July 1st for August permits, if you're not on there when they open by noon, the permits are gone. And so people were complaining, and people in Estes Park were suggesting they come to Ouray and Ridgeway and Telluride. It's a beautiful part of the state, not nearly as crowded. I kind of chuckled and thought, thank you very much. But we are. We're becoming very, very popular. So we're dealing with all of those same kinds of recreation issues and trying to figure out how to address that. Water was a real mixed bag. The people that were really in the upper Unk didn't have too much trouble. I talked to someone from Cow Creek a week or so ago, and he said he'd been able to irrigate, his hay most of the time. The call came on from the Uncompadre Valley water users, periodically, and now is on again. And so, of course, that pretty much turns off Ouray County. On the other hand, horsefly, even though horsefly had snow this year, it never really ran off. We have property up on horsefly and as well, and it just sank into the ground. So the ranchers up on Log Hill who rely on Mackenzie Creek, Mackenzie Ditch runs through our land. We don't have water rights in it, but runs through our property. There was water in it 2 days this year, and not full, just kind of enough to make it muddy, so that the dog got muddy. But just kind of muddy about 2 days this year. So, certainly not a great situation for those ranchers who didn't grow hay this year. Cut some weeds, I think, but they didn't really grow hay. So we're hoping for a good winter. We're hoping for good rains, probably when my guests arrive tomorrow. But we're hoping this gets better because we don't have any storage either. Ridgeway Reservoir, of course we have, but it doesn't help anybody, in the upper Uncompadre area. It's down river. And when I drove past Blue Mesa a week or so ago, looked like a big golf course. So hopefully, we need to get water back in there. There's nothing left to release pretty much, next year. So that's all I have to report. Yes.
Can we have a question?
Of course.
I'm just curious, Rick Richard talked about algae in Colorado, and I didn't know you had that there. Of course, White River's been dealing with it. We haven't had that problem in the AMP that I know of yet, but it probably might be coming. Is there any progress being made? I know how you talked about trying to figure out what's causing it, what it is. Has there been any progress on that?
We're on the 4th year of doing a significant research project to see what we're finding for primers. We've got a few hit primers on there that it might be nutrient based. It might be something, and everything is still probability. I wish I could be more definitive and find that smoking gun, but they're talking about, aerification potentially. But there's one thing that we did find is there was an increase in, and these are very small amounts. They're below any regularly detectable amounts that you would be concerned about, but very small amounts are impacting that watershed. But out of areas that we did have significant forest fires, and out by Trappers Lake, I wish I could remember the name of that fire. But anyway, when that burned, we're seeing a very, 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 very tiny increase in nutrients coming off that's being run off of there. Is that the cause? I don't know, because we're not seeing a definite increase in where the algae line starts. So we are finding that there is some nutrients increase in the basin. We're seeing some temperatures, some pH changes like that throughout areas. People are looking at it more holistically. Is it one item or is it a combination of items? I myself am starting to lean towards that. It's more of a combination of things that we're creating the perfect storm. In essence, is kind of how maybe you want to put it. I wish I could tell you more, but Tom, I can't. I know this summer we're supposed to have, Ken Live will be here this afternoon or today with USGS. They're the ones been heading up this research analyst or analysis. They're going to be giving us a report here as soon as they're done. And I wish it was sooner than later because, again, people are saying, can you release some water? What can you do to help here? Blah, blah, blah. I am aware, and I have talked with John Courier before he retired about what's going on in the Colorado River. And I drive it, I look at it, I see what's going on there. The Yampa River has not been affected yet. They have had an algae growth, but it's not the same type of algae. Because I wanted to ask you as well, is the algae you're seeing, does it glow in the dark?
That I couldn't answer.
When you look at it in the sunshine, it looks like it glows in the dark. It's chartreuse. It's the most brilliant chartreuse you've ever seen in your life. And it looks like in the middle of the day, it's glowing. So that's really where you see it. So it just compounds the problems when you're looking at operating a basin. And I know at the Grand Valley water users at their primary diversion at Shoshone, they're hauling out dump truck loads, I think 3 or 4 times a day through their screens to keep their irrigation ditch flowing. I thought we had it bad, but at least they had the mechanical equipment to automatically remove it, pull it out rather than tearing up equipment. But it is that impactful. I did see some growing on the Colorado this year in a small stretch, but I haven't gone up that far yet. So.
Thank you. Yeah, piqued my interest when we all can see what you guys are going through. We're starting to go through in Colorado, it sounds like, and then winds have come into the next.
It does hamper, it chokes the system. The town of Rangeley, what it does to them for their O&M expenses, oh my goodness. And irrigators have a pump tear up now and try to get that pump fixed after that thing shuts off your water supply and burns up your seal. You will be out of for an entire irrigation season. And that's where I went back to what we seen as the best remediation we seen was a high intense pulse flow to where your flows were low like they are now, but you go 4 or 5 times as high as that. And then boy, that just blew it on out. And now the stuff kind of CS's and it goes away. Now you can handle it, but you got to have the water to do it. Yep, exactly. So.
Interesting. Thank you. Anyone else have anything you want to bring up?
Just a quick update for anybody worried about headed east. I just got word that Cottonwood Pass is in good shape, so drivable.
Drive slowly.
Yes, watch for cars coming the other way. Okay, then let's move on to Amy Moyer. Welcome aboard.
Thank you. I'm gonna get the clicker.
Welcome aboard. We appreciate the fact that you've joined the River District, and I know this is the first time we've gotten to meet in person, and we've really taken over this wonderful project that we're so excited about having.
Well, thank you. Yeah, and again, Amy Moyer. I am the Director of Strategic Partnerships with the River District. I joined in mid-March. It's great to get to know all of you and be here in person. We chuckle a little bit that I'm a department of one, but I have the privilege of really getting to work with the entire River District team. So, you know, to bring these recommendations to you all, we work with our tech team to help review these applications. We work closely with our finance and contracting folks to, you know, responsibly get our money out the door, work with our legal folks, again, on some of the contracting pieces in these applications, and then work with our external affairs team often on messaging and communicating about the program. So we have quite the agenda this morning. Might be, that sign might be in the way. See if we can get it to work, and if not, also needs to be on.
Is it on now?
Okay. Go ahead and click through. Perfect. So I'll go through just a quick roadmap of what we've got on our agenda today. So I'll quickly go through some program updates. We have 5 action items, so 5 applications to walk through, totaling about $500,000 in recommended funding. And then I will quickly go over just a funding summary of where we are to date. And then we'll go through our equity charts to take a look at where we are with our distribution across categories and distribution across basins and counties. And I did want to note, and it was mentioned in the board packet, that we do have 2 grants as action items today that were $50,000 or less. And so they do fall under the potential discretion of our general manager having authority to approve up to that $400,000 cap. But given some of the timelines of these projects and help leave some space in that cap for potential emergency projects or projects that we expect to really try and target a narrow window here in the fall for construction, we wanted to leave some room for that authority. So I just wanted to open up with why you might be seeing for action some grants under that $50,000 mark. So go ahead, Lizzie. So in terms of program updates, I am happy to report that we continue to experience some strong demand and interest from both large and small entities for our program. I think folks are really seeing the benefit of the River District being able to offer some financial support, help them leverage some additional opportunities. You'll see some of the branding updates from our last meeting. So we did rename the program the Community Funding Partnership. The intention was really to showcase our alignment and hope with this program to be a part of communities, help them adapt to the drier futures that we've talked about. So worked very closely with our EA team and some external partners for these logo redesign. We've also developed a one-pager as the first piece of our external materials that we're working towards. So that's linked in your board packet as well. So please feel free to share that with your constituents and partners, and we'll continue to build out just our portfolio of external materials for the program. We also uploaded some revised application materials, largely with some edits to increase clarity, some conformity with our contract template. We did want to gather some additional information related to operations and maintenance of these projects. We added a budget document to better articulate the project budget by task and also better streamline our contracting process on the back end. And then we're continuing our outreach both with virtual and in-person events. So we are hoping to schedule some fall workshops across our district. So I've pulled a few of you aside to get some thoughts on how can we reach out to some of your constituents this fall. I set up sort of an evening workshop to continue to make sure people are aware of this program and this opportunity. And then finally, we are closely tracking stimulus opportunities. So there's a lot of potential money flowing in from the state side, the federal side, and we want to be supportive and really bring those dollars to the West Slope and use our program again to leverage as much of those dollars as possible. So we're working with our communities, working with those partners that are receiving those stimulus dollars to make sure we're at the table and our program is part of that. So go ahead to the next slide. So before we dive into projects, I'll just pause if there's any overall questions on those program updates. So our first application for board action is from the Cedar Mesa Ditch Company. It's for the Cedar Mesa Ditch Piping Project. It's located in Gunnison Basin, Delta County. The Cedar Mesa Ditch is a 12-mile earthen ditch located near Cedar Edge. It has 56 shareholders. The ditch receives water from Surface Creek with return flows going into the Gunnison River. The company owns 4 water rights, including a 10 CFS and a 16 CFS water right on Surface Creek with an 1894 appropriation date. The project will pipe about 3.5 miles of the lower Cedar Mesa Ditch. It passes through Mako Shale to avoid losing a significant amount of water to seepage. And so during drought years, the applicant notes that the ditch absorbs about half of its irrigation water into the glacial deposits. And while the water availability varies year to year, the Cedar Mesa Ditch Company estimates that they'll experience water savings of about 250 to 500 acre feet per year. The project began in 2020 and was shut down for the irrigation season and will pick back up this fall. But given some of the economic issues associated with COVID-19, the increase in pipe, one of their state grants was also last year during some of the downturns cut in half. And so they've come to us with this $45,000 request. The budget includes some of the purchase and installation of pipe, the fill dirt, construction and installation costs of the driveway, road crossings, inlet and outlet boxes, vents, flanges, and the cost and to purchase and fuse the pipe. There. So the project benefits. Overall, the project protects and conserves irrigation water on our west slope and enhances our productive agriculture. The ditch users will face fewer cutbacks in the production of hay and fruit and hemp and vegetables and other crops. The piping of the project will also allow the ditch users to take advantage of some additional pressure. So while it's not pressurized pipe, the natural slope is about 200 feet per mile. And the applicant has noted that about half of the users along this ditch will take advantage of the additional pressure to use conservation irrigation practices. In addition, through a previous effort, the BOR determined that the Cedar Mesa ditch leaches about 900 tons of salt per year into the Gunnison Basin watershed. So again, piping this portion of the ditch will remove some of the salt and selenium deposits into the river. And additionally, like I mentioned, the project does support 2 pre-compact rights on Surface Creek. They do have support from the Delta County Board of County Commissioners. They have support from their shareholders and support from the agricultural community. So next slide, please. So we do request that the board approve full funding of this application in the form of a grant for $45,000. Given the project benefits, we have allocated this to be 40% productive agriculture, 20% infrastructure, 20% watershed health and water quality, and 20% conservation and efficiency. And I will pause there to answer any questions.
Director Aquafresca has his hand.
Thank you. I'm well acquainted with the Cedar Mesa ditch. I also used to irrigate out of the Surface Creek years ago. That Cedar Mesa ditch supplies water to very diverse agriculture, livestock, tree crops. I believe there's even vineyards up in that area and fresh produce production. And that ditch traverses very porous land. And it's just remarkable that that they typically lose about 50% of their diversion. Also, this is a very expensive project. I believe the $45,000 being requested is a fraction of the entire expenditure that they're anticipating. So one that I certainly support.
Great. Anyone else have questions or comments for Amy? We have been requested to grant $45,000. Staff recommends that. Is there a motion?
I'll make the motion.
Director
Motion
Catlin.
to approve. Second.
Second by Director Beckley. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Any opposed? Nay. All right.
All right, next slide.
Congratulations to Cedar Point.
So our next project for board action is from the town of Crested Butte. It's for the Lake Irwin valve and piping project for their design and engineering costs. Again, this is in Gunnison County, Gunnison Basin. They have a $50,000 request. The total project cost is about $280,000. So for the town of Crested Butte, their raw water is conveyed through Coal Creek from Lake Irwin through an outlet tunnel, a raw water supply valve, a pipeline, and then daylights into a partial flume. The supply valve regulating flow from Lake Irwin is located in a 4-foot square concrete vertical shaft that extends approximately 20 feet below grade. The concrete in that valve building, it's about 60 years old. It's visibly deteriorating. The operation of this valve, according to the town, is challenging. The town reports that the groundwater infiltrates into the shaft during the spring and early summer months, which can make the valve inaccessible. Based on some video inspection of the pipe performed in 2018, the pipe material transitions from PVC to DIP, changes in diameter several times. The inspection has also identified some significant sediment deposition throughout the pipeline, some joint offsets. And so the project first contemplates performing some of the necessary geotechnical and structural investigations to better understand this infrastructure to ultimately replace this outlet works. And from this information, so we'll have an engineered design will be developed to replace the valve structure, valve, and pipeline. In addition, they will also be doing a condition assessment of the upstream portion of the tunnel, which was originally installed in 1877. It's estimated to be a timber set construction, but again, it's has not been reviewed for its condition, and given the potential failure of that could cause some significant and costly impacts to the town of Crested Buttes water supply. So you can go to the next slide. So it's a little hard to see, but that's the diagram of the valve shafts, the outlet structure work. This project is the town's top water supply priority to upgrade and better understand this critical piece of their raw water infrastructure. Their entire drinking water comes from Coal Creek. Coal Creek also does provide some important fish habitat. It's a popular recreation area for mountain biking and photography. The town is also working with CPW that holds storage rights in Lake Irwin to update their agreement. And they're also in conversations with CWCB and High Country conservation advocates on flows from Coal Creek. The project does have support from the Gunnison County Board of County Commissioners. Go to the next slide. We have requested that the board approve partial funding for this award. So partial funding at $42,000. We, as staff, as we were reviewing this, 42,000 equates to about 15% of the design and engineering costs. And as we're thinking about year one of this program, we are thinking about just how do these early awards provide some precedent or some examples for other communities to look at. And so we do want to show that our program can support design and engineering. We do want to encourage municipalities to come talk to us, let us be a part of their projects, and let us provide some input and potentially some financial support. So again, we thought 15% of design and engineering was appropriate, with some encouragement to the town to continue to talk to us during the next phase of construction for potential support. So I did want to just touch on why we are recommending a partial funding award of $42,000 as part of the staff recommendation. And then in terms of our accounting across categories, we have allocated this as 5% to productive agriculture. The bulk of this award, given the project benefits, to infrastructure, so 85%, and then 5% each to healthy rivers and conservation and efficiency. So I will pause there for questions and comments.
Anyone on Zoom? Yeah, direct.
Thank you. So this project came before the Gunnison Roundtable, and we didn't support it at 100% of their request either, for the same, pretty much the same thought process. So in addition to the county supporting it, the Roundtable did too. Their water supply is pretty vulnerable, especially if there's a wildfire event in the watershed above it, since it's a surface supply. So I'm really pleased that they're trying to get a handle on the infrastructure and get an understanding of that tunnel, and get the valves working. So I would be happy to make a motion to approve the staff recommendation.
Is there a second? Second from Director Hawes. Does anyone have any comments or questions? And we can't see any of the directors who are on Zoom. So if any of you have a question or comment, please just unmute and let us know. Okay, not hearing anyone. So if there's no further discussion, all those in favor of the partial funding recommendation in the amount of $42,000 for the Crested Butte project, signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Thank you. And any opposed, nay. All right. That one passes. Congratulations, Town of Crested Butte.
So our next project is from Colorado State University, the Agricultural Experiment Station. So this is a project request from Dr. Perry Cabot that I'm sure many of you have worked with. And I know he's on his way up here because he really wanted to be able to address the board, but is navigating some heavy traffic. So he may pop in at some point. It has a lengthy title, but this request feeds into a larger research project across multiple research institutions. So it's the Artificial Intelligence for Sustainable Water, Nutrient and Salinity Management in the Western US. It's a $50,000 request for overall about a $130,000 piece of this project. The research station is located in Fruita, so it's in Mesa County, but we have included a discussion of this award really provides some district-wide benefits because it's facilitating some greater research in our basin or in our district, but also the Colorado River Basin as a whole. So that's why we have this note to the district-wide benefits in the Colorado Basin, but also again, some district-wide benefits that we'll receive from this. And so the project will construct and equip the Western Colorado Research Center at Grand Valley with an overhead traveling sprinkler system on a 12.5-acre field to support research on digital and precision agriculture. And so the intent of this is to leverage a significant body of research into precision agriculture that can support the improvement of crop yields, efficient irrigation, and reduced fertilizer use. And so the applicant and Dr. Perry Cabot has noted that the infrastructure at the Grand Valley Research Station is inadequate compared to its mission to support research on water resource management. So again, the partner institutions for this overall research project include Kansas State University and the University of California at Riverside. These partner institutions will provide some of the intellectual leadership and collaboration to engage their graduate students to equip and upgrade this traveling sprinkler system with the digital agriculture and AI upgrades. In addition, by having this infrastructure and research plot in the Grand Valley, the overall research project expects, and as part of their intent, expects to offer opportunities to partner with local water resource management entities in the Grand Valley, along with farmers interested in this technology, to act as a demonstration plot. And so this project budget is specific to the linear move sprinkler system, the installation and other costs associated with equipping the research facility with this sprinkler system. Let's go to the next slide. So the project benefits for this application is to support the use of advanced irrigation system. Again, the project will promote and demonstrate higher water use efficiency and conservation. An interesting point to this application is that the research stakeholders in their communication have expressed an interest in better understanding generational turnover in agriculture, and which is accompanied by an interest in this newer research, these newer technologies. So again, by demonstrating how to use these tools, demonstrating how, as Dr. Cabot would mention, bringing agriculture into the fourth industrial revolution. This again can bring in other farmers that are really interested in learning about these tools. And like I mentioned, the project is aligned with a larger USDA grant that's looking for a grounded presence in the Colorado River Basin. And so by, again, helping support this request, we are ensuring that this research has a grounded presence in the Colorado Basin and in the Grand Valley. So again, Director Aquafresca mentioned the Mesa County Commissioners have been supportive of this request. We received a letter of support from Mark Harris from the Grand Valley Water Users Association. And I know Dr. Cabot has also been in communication with the Grand Valley Irrigation Company.
And I just heard from Perry, he's on Zoom. If you want him to say anything or have any questions for him, I think we can get him on if you want.
If he has something to add, we're happy to have him. Otherwise, Director Aquafresca has his hand raised. We'll go to Director Aquafresca.
Oh, thank you. Well, I was going to point out that Perry Cabot seems to be available on Zoom, so I would defer to him.
Oh, thanks a lot, Steve. I am down in Rifle because of the shutdown on I-70, I guess due to mudslides. So I'm happy to answer any questions about the project, the purpose, and then we also have my director, Gene Kelly from the Ag Experiment Station on the phone as well, if there's any questions.
Well, I'm sorry, this is Steve. I was present the other day when Dr. Cabot made his presentation to the county commissioners, and they thought that this project had a lot of great potential for the Grand Valley, but the great thing about this project is it will generate information that will be usable throughout the Colorado River District's 15 counties. And clearly it's the future of precision agriculture, but I'm really happy that CSU wants to invest in the West Slope, in its western campus, and help us out over here with our ag and irrigation issues.
All right, Director Catlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Perry, this is Mark Catlin. How are you this morning?
I'm good, Mark. How are you?
I'm good. So the only question I have is the balance of this project being funded by CSU?
The balance of the project, it comes from two different directions. The USDA NIFA grant that Professor Kosla, who's actually on the call as well, will contribute $60,000 towards the infrastructure and the technology that goes with it. And then CSU is also contributing $20,000 out of, we have an allocation that goes towards our experiment stations.
Great. The other question is, will this be a long-term project where you can have it for 5 years from now, you can still be using it?
Yes, the piece of infrastructure will effectively now become part of our long-term irrigation system. And I should add, it will eliminate a siphon tube served field that's been problematic for us for quite some time in an old concrete ditch. And so the intention is to have that piece of infrastructure now upgrade our research capability, which will be a long-term improvement, that sort of brings us to the level of being a more fully operating water center. So the answer to that is yes. This actual project goes on, including this year, for the next 3 years.
Okay, plus it helps save your back. I know about those siphon tubes. I don't blame you for wanting to get rid of them. Yeah,
I've never been very good at setting them. It takes me about 15 minutes to get one tube set. So thank you.
Yeah. I'm in favor. I think these are the kind of things that you'll be sharing this information around the western slope and the Uncompahgre, up the Uncompahgre to the upper. This data will all be relevant to the Colorado Basin, right?
I would say yes, because of the partnership that we have with UC Riverside, and then it opens up the door for numerous other partnerships with institutions that have similar facilities.
Great, thank you. I'm sorry you're stuck in traffic. I'd rather see you.
Yeah, I really wanted to be up there. I'll make good on that at some point. Thanks, Mark.
All right, Do we have any other directors with questions or comments? And again, we can't see our Zoom directors, so if any of you have a question or comment, feel free to just unmute and make yourself heard. Okay, not hearing any of our Zoom directors have a comment, so does anyone want to make a motion?
I move that we approve staff's recommendation and approve the allocation.
Thank you. Motion by Beckley, second by Richard. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And those opposed, nay. All right.
Thank you all very much. Very
You're welcome.
All right, great. So moving along, our next application is from the Uncompahgre Valley Water Users Association for a land acquisition as part of their GH lateral enhancement project. The request amount is $60,000, $350 for a total project cost of $120,700. It's a one-to-one project located in Delta County, Gunnison Project Basin. There's a long history on this overall GH lateral enhancement project. The overall project includes the construction of a 70-acre-foot in-system regulating reservoir. The project, again, has been long proposed with about $14 million secured through the Colorado River Storage Basin Fund. So that's the MOA fund that we often talk about. Historically, this area of the Uncompahgre project receives significant variable flows diurnally. It causes system inefficiencies. It's long been a problem for water managers. This feature, this regulating reservoir was first proposed by the Irrigation and Training Research Center of Cal Poly, California Polytechnic State University as part of several planning reports in 2014 and 2016 that reviewed the east side of the Uncompahgre project. So again, our funding in this project in particular is to help fund the boundary line survey and the mapping, the property acquisition, and a permanent easement acquisition for this regulating reservoir. The application did also include some dollars for the rental of a contractor yard. We did discuss with the applicant that didn't meet some of the intention of this program and felt like it was a little bit of an outlier in this request. So we did talk about just removing that small portion of the dollars. So when we get into our staff recommendation, I can touch on that again. If you go to the next slide, Lizzie. So in terms of the project benefits, this regulating reservoir will allow for water storage during peaks and the subsequent release of water during low flows. It will cover about a day's worth of demands. The project will also minimize spills in this area and increase the overall efficiency of the project. It will minimize the salt and selenium loads to the Gunnison and overall Colorado River. Again, the land acquisition does leverage about $14 million of Colorado River Storage Project Basin Fund. It will provide a more reliable water supply to farms served by the Uncompahgre project. And finally, the Uncompahgre project does utilize pre-compact water rates. They do have support from the Delta County Board of County Commissioners and also support from the Bureau of Reclamation team on the site location and the analysis of that. And if you want to go to the staff recommendation, Lizzie, I do want to discuss this staff recommendation is a little bit lengthier and does include a clause with an option of approving an alternate site upon approval of the Colorado River District General Manager and General Counsel. This land acquisition in this site was not part of some of the initial sites proposed from those early technical reports. The reason for that is the lack of a willing seller. And so as we talked with the Bureau of Reclamation, we talked with Uncompahgre Valley water users, we brought in CWCB, we wanted to make sure all of the various players were on board with the site location. The applicant did note just the difficulty in securing suitable sites, given that we want to work with a willing seller. And so the BOR and the applicant do feel confident that they have found, selected the best alternate site that balances a willing seller, it balances costs and maximizes the amount of in-system storage. And so again, as part of our due diligence, we really wanted to have that frank conversation of, is this the best site? What are the trade-offs of really continuing to push for a potentially better site with increased project costs on the back end of a delay? So this has been on the books as part of the MOA fund for a long time. It sounds like folks are ready to move forward with the site. It still covers about a day's worth of demands. But again, as part of our approval, we did want to keep the door open for potentially additional conversations of this alternate site.
All right. Do we have questions from directors? Yes.
Thank
Director
you.
Curry.
I thought I understood it, but now I just got confused. So the site identified on the map, is that a willing seller or not?
Yes, so the site that's identified on the map, the site for this project is working with a willing seller.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, comments, concerns?
Marty?
So again, I'll just.
Is that Director Hazard?
Yes, I would just like to say that I'm glad to hear that that you have a willing seller, because I guess I would be the first to say I'm totally against working with someone that's not willing. So thank you for doing that, and also for the disclosure.
Yes, I think we all appreciate knowing that staff is doing a lot of good due diligence on this, but also ensuring that we do have willing participants.
And so you'll note that the staff recommendation is not the full $60,000 that was requested. It's $57,350. That removes the portion of the rental contract for the contractor yard.
Any other questions, concerns, comments? Yes, Director Catlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just as a note of explanation, this area has been a serious problem since they built that project because of the diurnal flows, the bounce that irrigators hate. It will spill at night and then go dry in the daytime. And this re-regulating reservoir has been thought about a long time before that. PhDs showed up too. But, the idea behind it is it works. This will make a big difference to those people, because in irrigation, particularly at flood, a steady head is sometimes more important than the full head. And this should give these guys an opportunity to stay on their rotations without having to go back and reset water. I've had some real arguments with people from Gunnison down there in that part of the country over that. So, this should be a good project. It'll be interesting to see how it comes about.
So Director Catlin, is that a motion to approve staff
Well, if it's
recommendation?
not a conflict. I'll make a motion to approve.
All right, motion by Catlin, second by Gray. Further discussion, questions?
I think it's, like Mark was saying, when we think of efficiencies, we normally think of putting in a sprinkler or something like that. But as he said, anytime you have fluctuation in your flow and you're wasting water, this is really an efficiency of the existing system. So I like it.
Great. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Nay. Nice job in really pulling some good pieces together.
Thank you.
We have one more.
One more. So our last project to discuss is from the city of Glenwood Springs. It's for their Roaring Fork Pump Station Pipeline Connection Project. It's a $400,000 request with a total project cost of about $3.16 million. It's located here in Garfield County, Colorado River Basin. And so the city of Glenwood Springs operates a community water supply system, supplies drinking water to about 10,000 residents, and obtains its drinking water from 3 surface water intakes in the Colorado River watershed, the No Name and Grizzly Creek watersheds, and the Roaring Fork pump station. Both the No Name and Grizzly Creek water line and the Roaring Fork River pump station are hooked to the same 3,500 linear feet of pipe running up the hill to the wastewater treatment plant, which means the city can't concurrently operate the No Name and Grizzly Creek intake systems with the Roaring Fork pump station. It's either one or the other at this point. So this means that the Roaring Fork water can't be used as an alternate supply, it can be used as an alternate supply, but cannot be used as a supplemental supply to mix the two water sources with the No Name and Grizzly Creek intake system. So this project consists of constructing a 16-inch auxiliary raw water transmission line from the city of Glenwood Springs existing Roaring Fork pump station to the Red Mountain water treatment plant. This is a redundancy project. It will not only mitigate drought and wildfire hazards, but it will also be critical due to mitigating the increased hazards from the sediment, debris flow and rockfall issues with the No Name and Grizzly Creek watersheds caused by the August 2020 Grizzly Creek fire and all of the mudslides that we're well aware of that are happening just last night. So again, the secondary pipeline will also allow the city to take that main 24-inch pipeline offline for maintenance, which hasn't been able to happen over the 44-year lifespan of that project. So moving on to the next slide. In terms of the project benefits, this does modernize and refurbishes the city's water infrastructure with a new redundant design. It supports the long-term functionality of the water system and to adapt to climate change impacts into the future. It aligns with our mission at the River District to increase the redundancy and resiliency of our water supply networks, to provide safe and reliable drinking water supplies, reduce the risk to public health and safety from landslides, wildfire, drought, and other climate or hydrologic uncertainty. Being able to allow the city to use the high quality water from No Name and Grizzly Creek will allow them only to be able to only supplement with the Roaring Fork intake. It will help them save their electrical costs by being able to only use a portion of the Roaring Fork intake. We also want to note just the connection to this project with the town's post-fire recovery efforts. So this project was fast-tracked since the fall of 2020 in response to the fire and the realization of the immediate need for this redundant water supply. Given the impact to the city's intakes on Grizzly Creek and No Name, the town has funded a large majority of their post-fire recovery efforts using loans or their own cash reserves to build immediate protections on their No Name and Grizzly Creek intakes and to rebuild and upgrade their water treatment facility to handle high turbidity and sediment situations. So we have with this program and along with other staff at the River District really tried to reach out and be a part of some of the post-fire recovery efforts in our district. And again, this certainly supports just our impact of really working with communities to think about how do we build that redundancy in our systems. So if we move to the staff recommendation, I do want to discuss a partial funding award for this project as well. So we did have a long discussion about the needs to balance the River District's limited funds. We did recommend a partial funding amount of $300,000, which equates to about 10% of the construction costs of this project. Again, we want to encourage conversations with our municipalities. Municipal projects are often very expensive, and while we do have about 4.2 million annually as part of this program in the water world, that's just a drop in the bucket. So we really need to be mindful and cautious of how are we going to distribute our funds? How are we going to meet our equity principles? And again, just thinking about how these early awards are establishing some form of precedent. You know, while we're not creating hard and fast rules, we did want to be mindful of just how are we making these awards and how are we bringing these staff recommendations to you. And so again, this also takes into account just the significant amount that the city of Glenwood Springs has put forward as part of their post-fire recovery with their own reserves and loan options. And the last piece I want to mention with the staff recommendation is we did want to acknowledge, and you saw in your board packet, of course, the River District headquarters, many staff live in the city of Glenwood Springs. We wanted to be mindful of the indirect benefits to some of our employees, given where we live. And so to eliminate any bias in this staff analysis, we did try and made sure that we had some of our tech team review this application that are outside of the city of Glenwood Springs service area. So I did just want to be mindful of that and just discuss how, as part of our due diligence, we're really trying to capture some of these various factors as these applications come in the door. So with that, we do have a staff recommendation to fund the city of Glenwood Springs at a partial funding amount of $300,000.
Yes, Director Curry.
Thank you, and thanks, Amy. I was looking at the summary documents that talk about how much money has gone to which county and that sort of thing. And I might have missed it, but how are we doing on the amount that we have left to distribute for the year? Does this take a big piece out of it, or are we doing pretty well?
So if you actually, Lizzie, if you want to go to the next slide, it might just be easier to showcase it for just a second. With all of the staff recommendations, and I apologize, it's a little small, but I'll talk through it. We'll be at about $1.9 million out of our 4.2 million. And we do expect, we are, the minute we kind of get our projects lined up for this board meeting, we're already talking to projects for October. And I do expect that we'll be able to handle all of the conversations we're having with applicants so far with our project budget. So,
and I'm sorry if that was in the packet and I missed it.
So I don't think this was actually in the packet, and so we'll just talk about it at each board meeting. So, but it's a great question, and we are trying to be mindful of how do these applications, given that we are accepting them on a rolling basis, how do we also keep in mind to balance our overall program balance year to year?
We have been able to approve actually quite a number of projects already. I think staff's doing a really good job in keeping the budget in mind and in making this money leverage and go the distance. So with respect to City of Glenwood Springs application, Director Chandler Henry.
Yeah, Amy, how do you think the city will make up that 100,000 shortfall? Do they have?
Sure. So they've received an $8 million emergency fire loan from the CWCB that they will use to cover any additional balance that we don't fund. And so they also have a $500,000 grant award from the Department of Local Affairs.
Other questions? Anyone like to make yes, Director Vander.
Some of these are very complex projects that includes multi-jurisdictional. And I haven't seen anything that talks about permitting requirements as part of the analysis. And I know that can be a real stinger on any project getting done. I know Reeve talked about just having a willing landowner. Man, that's a huge piece. But if the landowner wasn't so willing, that's a permitting hurdle, So is there, like with this project here, I just see all the permitting agencies involved, and I'm like, how far are they through that process? And is there a caveat within these grants? And like this one specific where they can't get the permit, are they delayed? Is it put on hold for a time being? How do we move forward with something like that?
So for permitting overall, we do ask as part of our application that we want to know that they've thought through what permits they need, and we want to know the status of those conversations. And then as part of our due diligence, we often check back in and talk about where they are at with permitting. We did check in with the City of Glenwood Springs, and they're on track with their permitting. They will be using, I believe, just right away with the city property. So they have eliminated a lot of the maybe stickier permitting requirements for this project. So we're not expecting any project delays with this project in particular from the permitting realm.
Because it's pretty shovel ready.
Okay, because I guess I see CDPHE having a permit that they're going to have to sign off because this is a public water supply process. And I don't know if really none of my business, but that is a concern that I have because sometimes that could take a couple of years to really work through that. So, and I don't know if they've been able to expedite this because of the grizzly fire, through that permitting process. I don't know. So.
They will still be using their same intake structure that already exists. So same water supply that they're already diverting.
It's just a redundant.
Right. So this project is building the redundancy to be able to move Roaring Fork water at the same time that they're moving their No Name and Grizzly Creek water supply.
My misconception, sorry.
Sure, no problem.
Yeah, maybe I can step in too and help. So the city has been working with CDPHE. They've done a lot of improvements to their filtration system already at the house. So they have all the permits through CDPHE already. This isn't an existing intake. And how the system operates now is they can either turn on the Roaring Fork system all the way or not at all. They can't blend it at all. So with the new pumps that they're going to put in there and the new pipeline, they'll be able to blend it, but also use it full power as well. So it's upgrading their system. One thing I also wanted to add is that the city has approved significant increases in their cost for their water for all of us that live here. So they had a significant increase. I think it was 30% this year going in July 1st, and then with a 5% update or 5% increase for the next 20 years or something, 5 years. Okay. So what also part of reviewing this from the technical side was making sure that there was input from the users as well, and that the provider was looking at the long-term longevity of the maintenance of the infrastructure.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Oh yeah, thanks, Brendan.
Other concerns, or do I have a motion?
I'll make the motion to approve the application for the city of Glenwood Springs.
Motion by Brink, is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Haas. Moved and seconded. Any further discussion, questions, concerns? If not, all those in favor, aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Amy, thank you very much. Thank you very, very much.
I have a quick question, Amy. So did you receive any applicants that you just rejected?
So we have not received any applications that we've formally rejected. We are in constant communication with applicants, and our pre-application process, I will say, is working really well. And it's allowing us just to have some really initial conversations of, is this a good fit for our program? Or let's learn a little bit more about your application. So there are instances where we say, hey, keep working on this, or let's stay in touch, and we'll apply at the right moment when the projects and the project costs and an overview are to the point that we would feel ready to bring a recommendation to the board.
I like that. Thanks.
Yes.
Just a quick question, well, maybe not quick. So federal funding, there's a lot of it in different buckets that's hard to track. Are you all kind of spending time understanding those opportunities for match? And like, I know ARPA has money that comes to the state, and so just wondering how you're working.
Yeah, that's a great question, Director Haas, and we're doing our best to track all of it. It's a little bit chaotic at this point to try and track what's coming in the door. But this is an area where, in my role, I get to work really closely with Zane and his efforts on the government relations side to really understand what are those avenues from state and federal funding that might come in the door, and how do we leverage those dollars for our projects. So if we go to the next slide, and I can be very brief to wrap up. The first project was the Colorado River Connectivity Channel. We've been working still closely with those partners to leverage potentially some more federal and state dollars to get that project to the finish line. So even with our funding recommendations, sometimes it doesn't stop there, and we still work with our projects to make sure that they get fully funded.
And I have one follow-up related to the conversation we had yesterday with James Heath about measurement. It sounds like the conservancy districts are going to be the ones that have funding for help with new measurement devices, but do you see the district having a role in that as well?
I think that's a conversation that we can certainly have. With our program, we are really focused on looking for those areas of multiple benefit and aligning with the River District mission. So that has been really our true north and our consideration with projects like that. But again, it is an issue going on in some of our river basins, and could be an area that we could discuss.
Yeah, I could see there being partnership opportunities with the conservancy districts, to identify first, like, where are those opportunities that would really make a difference? And I could just see different counties having different needs and water commissioners being able to do that assessment, understand what their needs are, and then work with the conservancy districts and the district. So just to put it out there for consideration.
Great, thank you, Amy, we really appreciate it. Well presented, very well put together. We're going to skip ahead on the agenda and take up the annual policy discussions. Now, we're running a little bit ahead. I'll help. Zane has a flight to catch this afternoon. And in case anyone needs to leave early, I thought it was important that we do our policy discussions while we have as full of the group as possible. So, Zane.
Thank you, Madam President. If I can try to share my screen. So our first policy, we have two policies that are ready for your review and potential final adoption today. We'll start with the Upper Colorado River Recovery Program, if that's okay with you.
And you all have these in your packet. Hopefully everybody's
Yes, the same.
read them and has comments or concerns, questions.
So you'll remember that we did take a little bit of extra time on this so that we could hear from the recovery program at our second quarterly meeting. Staff went back and reviewed comments from the board as well as the presentations made by Tom Chart at our last quarterly meeting and have revised the recovery program policy accordingly. You tweak a little bit of the intro to I believe be a little more consistent with the actual goal of the recovery program. The previous version stated the dual intent or dual purpose. I thought it was in consultation with staff and others best to lay out exactly what the goal of the recovery program is. One stated goal that I did not include, but one of the primary goals of the recovery program, in addition to allowing historical water use consistent with state and federal laws and compact and interstate compacts, is the federal government's responsibilities to the tribes. That's not included here, but I wanted to mention that to you. That is one of the stated goals of the recovery program. I'll leave it to you whether or not you want to include that. So beyond that, it's up for your review and discussion.
All right. Who's got a question, concern? Director Vanden.
I like what you did to it. I believe it aligns more. It's more appropriately aligns with the goals of the recovery program as I'm learning myself and being coached by the recovery program and learning what their true mission is. And I do want to point out one of the bullets, I believe it's the third bullet down, to accomplish the recovery program's goals without injury to water users. That's a pretty important goal that they have. And that was instilled upon myself through the recovery program staff. And that's something that they're very cautious they don't want to have happen. And that goes back to even the discussion yesterday with T. Wright Dickens. So, and I'm glad to hear that it's going that way. So I'm in favor of what you have here.
Thank you, sir.
Motion.
Yes, I will make that motion.
Yes. Question. Sorry, I think before we do that, we have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
A second from Richard. Now, Director.
Okay, thank you. I feel like I missed what you said about the tribes, like just
Sorry,
spaced out or something.
The stated goal of the recovery program, in addition to, let me just read this out for you. Stated goal is to recover the fish species consistent with state and federal laws, including the Endangered Species Act, and consistent with interstate agreements. Is the federal trust responsibilities to the tribes. That does play into their, that is part of their stated goal. It plays into the work that they do, not necessarily within the river district, although this is the Upper Colorado River Recovery Program. That's really one of the reasons I decided to leave it out, is because it isn't as pertinent to the work that we're doing in the district, but it is one of the stated goals of the program.
Yes, Director Curry.
And I had a question too. In the background discussion, Zane, on the very last sentence where it says, this compromise must be recognized and any such future compromises must be minimized or eliminated. Do you feel like the compromise has been recognized, or is that something that still needs work?
It's a really good question. I think it is recognized, but it requires work. I apologize for the non-answer, but I think that's the best I can provide.
Okay.
Other questions, comments, concerns? Yes, Director Young.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You see this going forward, long distance in the future. I mean, as much trouble as we're having with everything else, this is one of the few things that has worked. And, we're seeing some movement on the Razorback. It's an indication that what we've been trying to do is the right thing. Funding is something that concerns me. Are there any indications that this is running into troubled waters, so to speak?
No indications of trouble thus far. The conversations we've had in DC and elsewhere about the recreation, if you will, of the program post 2023 have all been positive. I think you're exactly right that this is a success story. And when I'm in DC, that's the best story I want to tell, rather than talking about crisis and needs. The fact that this program has existed for as long as it has, protected more than 2,500 projects in the Upper Basin without litigation is, I think, a tribute to its success. And while we do have challenges related to the loss of hydropower revenue and gridlock in our nation's capital on any legislative movement, I think that there is broad support and bipartisan support for this program. Whether we're meeting with Representative Bovert or Senator Bennett, both recognize the importance of it. And I hope that is a sign of our good chances of success in the future. Thanks.
This is one of two policies that are ready for final action. We have a motion and a second on this one, but just to remind you, we do not adopt policies in the district until we have considered them twice. So this one is up for second review today, second adoption.
Lizzie's indicating that Director Aquafresca has
Sorry, thank you for letting me know. We can't see you. Zoom directors. Director Aquafresca.
Thank you. I just wanted to point out to folks, if you've not seen this in the media, to confirm the success of this program, one of the 4 endangered fish species in the Colorado River is very likely to be downlisted from endangered to threatened, and that's the razorback sucker. I understand there are some challenges to this downlisting from environmental organizations, but it looks like the data is on the side of taking the razorback sucker off of the endangered species list. So there's the evidence of the success of this program. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Aquafresca. So as I was saying, this is one of the two policies that we actually are taking action on today, final action, and it will become a policy. So we have a motion, a second. Is there any further discussion? If not, all those in favor say, I'm sorry.
Sorry, I'm struggling with this tribal issue just because if it is part of the purpose, then even though I understand your point, it's not a relevant issue per se in the district's boundaries. Is it, just to be accurate, is it worth adding something there? And then with a footnote or something saying this isn't relevant to the district's concerns, but I'm just trying to be respectful of.
I appreciate that, Director House, and that's why I brought it to your attention, because I wanted to make sure you know that is one of the stated goals of the recovery program. So I'll leave it to the board. I'm happy to wordsmith something on the fly or bring it back to you at the 4th. If you choose to go there, whatever your pleasure as the board is.
Keep in mind, these policies are for use by our staff and for us in addressing things that come before the district, so that we know what the district's position is. So I think what Zane's trying to capture here is while tribal obligations are certainly part of the recovery program, they don't necessarily fall within anything River District would be addressing. However, having said that, if you'd like to have this come to the October meeting and have additional language, or you want to propose additional language, we can certainly do that.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a good distinction, is like, this is for staff's guidance more than anything else. But then I'm also trying to anticipate, could there be a situation down the road where we would want to be able to have that as a North Star? But do you see it as being something that would come up? It's a huge issue in the San Juan.
Of course.
But not here so much.
I am still relatively new working on the recovery program. I might defer to other colleagues. I don't know if Itel sees anything on the horizon with regards to engagement with or involvement with them. I personally have not engaged with the tribes and don't see much work as the water users in Colorado, which is our group that we work most regularly with. We do not engage with the tribes.
Director Chandler.
My assumption is that since we talk about being consistent with the recovery program goals, and that is one of their goals, that by implication, if there was a tribal issue, we would address it consistent with the recovery program, whether it's called out or not. If we had some other direction, I think we should call it out, but as long as it's consistent, I assume that that's what it means, and I'm not sure that we need to call it out specifically.
I'm comfortable moving forward.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. All right.
Okay. Speculation policy draft is also up for your final review and potential approval. It is in your packet and should also be shared on the screen now. And you'll remember that our conversation at the third quarterly meeting, there were a handful of additional comments. I think we were close on the first draft, but Director Aquafresca, Director Curry, and some others, with consent from the board, requested some tweaks, and those tweaks are represented here.
Director Curry.
Thank you, Madam President. Unfortunately, the way it's drafted, I can't support it today. And what's kind of tripping me up is the second bullet, which if you have it, if you can read it up there, see it on your screen. The state of Colorado's efforts to examine new ways to strengthen anti-water speculation laws is underway right now. And their report is due in August, and the report is still in draft form, and Peter talked a little bit about it yesterday. There's a list of concepts in the report, so they're not using the word, I don't think, and Peter, correct me if I'm wrong, I think they're using the word concept as opposed to recommendations, so that the legislators on Water Resources Review Committee would get that list of things that have been talked about. But a couple of the things on the list are problematic for Gunnison County. And one of them says that one idea was to prohibit out-of-state persons from holding water rights. That's just one of on the list, but that was a red flag for us, just because we have so many, unfortunately, Texans that own ground, and they are a lot of them though have kept the ground in ag, and so we need to reconcile kind of what's happening on the ground now with how these recommendations could be interpreted. And so I would sure love to give this attention after we see what the state's report looked like, because it may change. I think Peter mentioned there's one, if not two more meetings, and it's due in mid-August, I think. So it could even be adjusted some more so we could see what the state was coming up with and what that group was coming up with. So I could either try to give some different language for that bullet, or if you really wanted to take action on it today, I can suggest some language, or preferably we could wait and see.
Thanks. I just want to clarify on that particular concept that was mentioned in the draft report. You know, as I explained yesterday, I think the draft report mentions sort of just the whole scheme of concepts. I can't promise you, but I'm very confident that that particular one didn't make it into the subset of concepts that again don't qualify as recommendations because there's no consensus, but that are identified as ones that, you know, could potentially strengthen anti-speculation and could be implemented by a change in the law. The one that Director Curry that you mentioned about prohibiting out-of-state interests of owning Colorado water rights runs sort of right into the United States Commerce Clause. And so, you know, it's just there to show the legislature, hey, we considered everything, you know, this one, you know, goes out the window. So that one, I don't think is a big issue because it was, you know, sort of readily dismissed, but it's still in the report to say, well, this is, you know, hey, we thought about a lot of stuff. That may or may not change your concern about the second bullet, but I just wanted to clarify on that specific issue. I think there are possibly ways to tweak the language of the second bullet that would allow the board to move forward. At the same time, you make a good point about, you know, the report is not final. So that's, you know, purely a board call.
Director Aquafresca.
Thank you. You know, we as a board can come back and visit these policies at any given time, anytime there's a will to do so. And we will probably want to do that when the state's anti-speculation working group comes out with its menu of concepts.
Okay, yeah.
This is Rebe, and I agree with Kathleen. I'm just kind of uncomfortable with even having that in this report or this draft, but I guess I'm just not clear on the clarification that Peter gave either.
Yeah, Director Hazard, just on that point, the concept that Director Curry mentioned that's included in the draft anti-speculation report is simply mentioned to show that it was considered by the group. I think it was readily dismissed because it would run into constitutional problems. So I think even if the report were final and there was an effort by this board to say, yes, we support the effort of the state to examine ways to strengthen anti-speculation law, that in and itself would not be an endorsement of that specific comment of prohibiting out-of-state interests from owning Colorado water rights. That's not going to happen. It's just, it's unconstitutional, kind of on its face. So that's specific to that particular issue. And then that leaves this board with the decision of, do you want us to tweak the language on this second bullet point? Do you want to remove that language entirely? Or do you want to wait until you've seen the final report from the state to decide whether you want to include anything regarding this statement? I think as is, the language of this bullet point is simply a recognition that the River District supports the state's efforts to look into strengthening anti-speculation law. I believe the River District took a position in support of Senate Bill 20-48, which was the bill that authorized the anti-speculation task force. So I think that's why this bullet was originally inserted in this draft anti-speculation policy, which was first in January, long before.
Right, and that language is not new to this draft.
Right. I don't think this, I guess the question would be, is this bullet an endorsement of the draft or final report? I don't see it as that.
I agree with that. Director Vandenbrink.
Well, I can't stand the word speculation or anti-speculation because it seems like that really slows down a lot of progress and review and gets rather expensive when you come down to it. And when I read that second bullet, supports the state of Colorado's efforts to examine new ways to strengthen anti-water speculation laws. As somebody that went through the water court here within the past 2 years, I know that was something that was thrown at to where the powers of water conservancy districts were challenged. And that also includes the powers of the Colorado River Water Conservation District as to where, if we're planning for community needs and you're projecting out 50 years, well, this, as it came across as an argument that was speculative. Well, they were trying to remove that. And to me, if I arbitrarily look at this and say, supports the state to examine, well, does that mean taking water conservancy districts to court to review your powers as you statutorily got reviewed? To me, that was an extension. And I kind of see some abilities towards some crossover with that statement, because that's exactly what they did.
I think we can all agree that when you start talking about water speculation, it has many different connotations and many different meanings. And this is it's a difficult path to navigate to make sure that our intentions and what we support is very clear. So here are a couple of suggestions. Somebody could move to approve this with striking that second bullet altogether. We could try amending the language, or someone could move to table this till to the October meeting, at which time we'd have a better sense of what the state task force is coming up with. Or we could have a motion to not approve, essentially. So however you want to go here. Yes, Director Gray.
I think we all know what the intent of anti-speculation is to prevent as best we can. And I think as we talked yesterday, it's a really fine line. And I'm as leery of anything that infringes upon current practices and property rights as anyone. I kind of think supporting the state's effort to examine new ways to strengthen anti-speculation laws is fine with me, because it doesn't say we endorse what they've put out as a draft. And some sort of caveat may be necessary to say we reserve the right to disagree with what you come up with. Bullet point 5 does address our concern about us don't have unintended consequences. And so I guess I'm okay with it as it is, with the idea that, as Director Aquapresca said, we don't, just because we approve it today, don't mean that we approve what the final version is. So I'm saying that from someone who really is as protective of private property and protecting current practices as anyone here, I think. But I think I can accept it as it is. I would move to do that.
All right, so motion by Gray to approve this as written. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Director Chandler Henry. Further discussion?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I think that line of using to enhance anti-speculation may be part of it.
Or strengthen.
Yeah, strengthen, enhance, whatever it is. That gives an indication that maybe we think that would be, I think if we just looked, that's what we really wanted to do, was to talk about anti-speculation when we passed that piece of legislation. So.
But it wasn't necessarily in the way that Director Vandenbrink is raising.
That's probably part of the problem, is that speculation, you have to speculate in order to build a project that's big enough for the future of your community. We all understand that. What we've done is we've stirred the hornet's nest by letting people think that it's for a profit only. What's got everybody on edge is folks that come in here with way more money than what any of us would ever recognize as being, an amount of money you could control, and looking at properties and buying it up and selling the water within 3 to 5 days of that transaction. I think that's what worries everybody, because every one of us that owns some ground bought the ground with the water attached. Was that speculation? No, I needed the water to farm. And as times move forward, land and water are worth more money. We all know that. So I think that's one of the things that's concerning some of those folks that are on the task force, is that we should not be stepping in between an individual and his 401k, because they paid on that place for 60 to 65 years, and now it's theirs, and nobody wants to farm it. So what are they going to do? They're going to sell it. So that becomes their retirement policy. And I think that's where people got all wound up, was what are we going to do about that? Are we going to come in and stifle the price that grower can receive? Or are we going to try to deal with the individuals that come in and want to change the use of water? That was what I was thinking when we did this. And but it's gotten stirred up by 3 or 4 different camps. I don't want to, with private property rights, I stand with them. That's who we are. I don't think this one says an awful lot that we support it or that we don't support it. It simply comes out and says that we agreed as a board that we wanted to see what the state of Colorado could come up with. If words are bothering us in that point, there may be an opportunity to fix those. But we're a little quick to the game. But this would give the district an opportunity to speak, saying that the board had told them that it's okay to be in these discussions and in these conversations. So just know that behind the decisions that were made, that's mainly the main thing.
Director Haas.
Just wondering about that language strengthen. I think that's a really good point, Director Callan. Could we say update or modernize? Is that what we're supporting? Just that, or?
What about just getting rid of new ways to strengthen?
Yeah.
What did you say?
Examine anti-water speculation.
Yeah. Would anyone like to move to amend the language?
I'll accept that as a friendly amendment.
I'll make the motion to amend by
To-
striking those words.
To strike new ways to strengthen, so it would read, supports the state of Colorado's efforts to examine anti-water speculation laws. Is that your intent? And so that's
acceptable.
And the second agrees with that?
Yes.
Now discussion on that amendment. Yes.
May I add just one other item for consideration with that? And add outside of areas where other statutory authority is there or made available. I'm trying to get a caveat for these water conservancy districts out there that are going to be tested again
Well, it isn't just water conservancy districts, it's municipalities.
Yes, and so those public water supplies are gonna continually be challenged. And that's where I'm like, is there something in there in that bullet point to put in there to outside of areas other that are statutorily authorized? I don't know if that's appropriate, but I really think we need to get something to protect those individuals from being attacked.
Yes.
I think if we take this word strengthen out, it continues to cover you.
Okay.
Because that's some of the things that I think was stirring people up, was that we wanted to look at ways to strengthen this. Well, the Constitution's plenty strong. You can't speculate. You got to have a purpose. You got to have a beneficial use, all of those things. Societal pressures might be bothering you. Cultural pressures from people that don't want storage, that don't want those kind of things. I've been through that. So I think if we take the word strengthen out, it should be okay for you, because each one of those is going to be a separate watershed, different river. You know, if there's a dam on that river already, probably you can do it. If there's not, you're going to have a lot more trouble. That's what I think.
Okay.
All right, we will vote. Director Aquafresca.
Thank you. I was just going to throw out a suggestion to replace the word strengthen with the word improve. New ways to improve anti-water speculation laws for the board's consideration.
We have a motion on the table to delete the words new ways to strengthen, so that it would read supports the state of Colorado's efforts to examine anti-water speculation laws. So we're going to vote on that amendment, not on the policy as a whole, but we have a motion and second to amend, deleting new ways to strengthen. All those in favor of that amendment, say aye.
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 Any opposed, nay? All right, so that amendment has been accepted. We will now vote on the underlying policy itself as amended. Okay. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Okay, so that policy is now approved as it was just amended. Again, we can bring these policies up at any meeting. So as we move forward, as things unfold, if we want to revisit this policy, please just ask for it to be on the agenda. We'll ask staff to bring it back up for discussion. Yes, Peter.
Thank you, board, for that good discussion. And I'm totally fine with the change that was made to the proposed policy, which has now been adopted as a policy. I just wanted to reflect for the record and for the board's information that we inserted the word strengthen, because that's the language that's used in Senate Bill 20-48. That was the stated purpose of that group. But I think it works perfectly fine as you have changed it.
Okay. Now, the third policy we're looking at is not up for adoption today. This is first reading essentially. And we will look at this one from the standpoint of providing staff with input. We won't be voting on it today, but presenting input, changes, concerns. And that one is.
It is in front of you. If you'd like a reminder on the background, this kind of spawned out of a conversation about infrastructure during our policy conversation last time. There were requests by board members to go back and review kind of where our policies as a whole focused on many of the priorities that our constituents share throughout the district. The ultimate request from the board of staff was to develop a policy that focused on the multi-benefit water projects that we saw as such broad-based support for in our 7A campaign. We did go back and review our agricultural and infrastructure water policies. We have multiple of both. We do not have policies related to recreation or conservation and efficiency, for example. We have agricultural water use. We have more than one on infrastructure. We've got a handful of things. And again, going back to, I think, the spirit of 7A, the work we're doing throughout the district on CFP, the community funding program, and the priorities that, or the reality that I think we all see, where when we bring diverse constituents to the table around projects, we get a much broader base of support for that project. And so Andy and I worked on this policy in the spirit of that conversation, and I'd welcome your feedback.
I'd like to start. Yes, Director Gray.
On the conservation and efficiency projects, we somehow, I think, need to recognize the differences in elevations and where projects, efficiency projects, are actually achieve our other goals. And I know down in the Uncle Pagre and Grand Valley, and it's where you have high salt soils. If you put in efficiency sprinklers, you reduce that load back to the river. But in the headwaters, and I have a beef with NRCS funding all these sprinklers in the headwaters, where we don't do what Al was talking about, fill in those oxbows and that free storage that's already built, that cobble that holds water, and you only fill that with flood irrigation. My dedication to private property rights is we in no way want to tell someone they can't put in a sprinkler. But I think based on our community funding projects, we want to be very careful that we don't fund efficiency projects in those areas where it actually goes against that return flow recharge. And I don't know how we achieve it, but I'd like to see some language to differentiate between those elevations and where it's appropriate, where it is.
Okay. Director Curry.
Thank you. And to build off of that, because that was partly what I was going to mention, maybe we could add language in there saying in that section about protecting other water rights from injury. So conservation and efficiency projects that support ag water infrastructure that increases reliability and efficiency without causing injury to other water users. Something like that.
Well, yeah, and not only users, but it crosses all the boundaries into just recreation and everything else. I mean, in our rivers, we won't have any late season flows if we were to convert the whole headwaters to sprinklers. And so then that affects everything from recreation to environment. And so I agree with your change, but maybe not just other, well, I guess if you say river users or something.
Yes, please.
One thing I learned working on a bill a couple years ago was that the injury standard that the state uses is limited to other water rights.
Oh.
And I mistakenly thought at the time that return flow patterns had some level of protection. I didn't understand though that you couldn't file a claim in court if you hadn't decreed your return flow patterns that you were accustomed to. And that was a good learning experience for me, but I definitely understand what you're saying, Tom, about when the return flow patterns of timing and the other issues that come with that, they might not fit into a decreed water right category, but they are an issue.
That's right.
So I'm not sure how we would articulate that, Zane, but
Not prepared to do that on the fly, but I'm more than happy to spend some time on it. And and incorporate an edit to that effect.
Remember,
do my best.
we don't have to wordsmith. Yeah.
No. Well, I was just gonna, without doing the specific wordsmithing, I understand that legal distinction between injury to water rights and adverse impacts to water users. So the sort of tweak in the language change may be similar to what.
Thank you.
Dr. Chandler.
Just a general comment. I really like this new policy of putting together, it sort of reads like, here's what the River District does. I think it does tap into that 7A language, which clearly was understandable to the huge majority of our constituents throughout all 15 counties. And it's it's sort of a quick little cheat sheet. If somebody says, what are you guys up to? It's like, here it is. We're up to multi-benefit water projects. And I think the concept of it is really useful.
Good start.
Anyone on Zoom, any of our Zoom directors? Director Aquafresca, do you have your hand up? Just, so Zane, do you feel as though you've gotten sufficient direction to go back and make some revisions and bring this back in October?
I can do it.
Perfect. Anyone have anything else? Yes.
As a newbie question, if we go down this path with a policy like this, that doesn't mean that we wouldn't support projects that aren't multiple benefit. Does it mean that? I mean, what if you had an ag producer that wanted to protect their diversion structure from debris flow because of a fire above them? And they want to be able to continue to divert, but it really just had more to do with the ag water use, and it wasn't a multiple benefit thing. We're not saying that we're gonna rule those out, are we?
I do not believe so.
Okay.
No, I think it is a recognition that we should prioritize multi-benefit projects where possible.
Okay.
And
especially when
maybe it's as simple as just adding some language kind of like that, where possible, or as,
I did include that in the third paragraph or third sentence or paragraph of the introduction, as well as in the introduction to the actual policy statement of the board. I'll look at that and try to strengthen that if I can.
Well, and my understanding too is that our portfolio should be multi-use, not each project should be multi-use.
That's a distinction.
Like what Amy just presented, like
Correct.
here's the pie chart of what we're doing, here's the district spread. It should be like that.
That's an important distinction.
Right.
The portfolio is multi-purpose,
Right.
but not necessarily each and every project.
Right.
Good distinction.
Thank you.
All right, if you've gotten sufficient direction.
I'll do my best and bring it to you in the fall.
Perfect. Now, here is my question for the group. Lunch is scheduled in a half an hour. We could go ahead and just take up external affairs, and then rather than take a break now and then take, lunch 15 minutes after that. Would that be acceptable to the group? Is there anyone who strongly objects to that? Feel free to take a break as you need one. Okay, then let's just power through to external affairs if we could.
Mario is out waiting conditions. I'll be right back.
Okay. Great. Why don't I jump into state and federal affairs while we wait on Marielle was hoping to greet the assistant secretary on her arrival, so. But let's jump in on state affairs. If you don't mind, I'll pull up my memo so I've got it in front of me. Apologies. Screens. Okay. Great. So think it's been some time since we adjourned from the state legislature, but it was a very long session by way of calendar days. My compatriot, Director Catlin, is not here right now, but I'm sure he would have to say about that. I do think it was, when you consider all the challenges that we faced and a number of the controversial issues that were brought forward, I think we navigated them quite well as a district and as a water community. We had a robust conversation on CDPHE's dredge and fill proposal, which once again did not pass through the legislature. They did, after arguing that they needed legislation in order to enforce dredge and fill activities, they then went to the JBC, oddly enough, after they failed to pass a bill seeking funding to enforce. And so it kind of changed their argument mid-course, which for me was a little bit odd. The JBC did not agree to express concerns at the outset of that funding request for enforcement. So CDPHE appears to be back at square one. They've committed to having a conversation on dredge and fill with the interim committee. The interim committee has not met yet. We have one meeting on the books at Water Congress in August. Director Catlin will be a member of that committee, along with the members I listed in my memo. Still unsure as to how much time they're going to have between the end of August and January 1, really, to get some work done. So they're going to have their work cut out for us. The district will be present and active in all of those conversations. A couple of other things that I expect will come up at interim committee. A number of non-governmental organizations, primarily the recreation-focused groups, have been trying to gain traction on a conversation around statutory amendments to the RISD language, recreational in-channel diversions. I think a handful of us have probably met with some of these groups, the Brain Trust or the proponents of changes. I think the district and myself, as well as council and others, have sat down with these proponents on a couple of occasions now. I think we're sympathetic with what they want to achieve, and that is to help many of our rural communities better embrace their river corridors and I think achieve some legal skin in the game when it comes to the economic benefits that they rely on with their river corridors. Craig, Colorado being a good example, where there's already a RISD proposal in place. I don't know if the application's been filed at this point, but it's part of an ongoing conversation about how can we make the statutes more friendly to some of these rural communities that have expressed an interest in, again, embracing those river corridors, having legal skin in the game related to the economic benefits they receive from their rivers. It's going to be a tricky issue. As currently proposed, the language that I think Jason and I saw last time was the idea being circulated was that they would establish or natural features of a river could be qualifying for RISD applications, and that we're going to have to work through that. We were hoping for a robust conversation at interim committee. I'm still hoping they'll have time for that so that all folks can be at the table and have their voices heard. But I will certainly keep the board up to speed on that as if and as the conversation develops. In my memo, I highlighted a few just the key funding highlights. It was a year of windfall dollars that I don't think anybody expected, especially in the prior legislative session where we made billions of dollars worth of cuts to the general fund expenditures and had no idea how the state's economy and revenues might improve. Ended up the state had $700+ million in excess revenues that were doled out across the board. 15 million came to Water Plan Implementation Cash Fund, 30 million to the CWCB Construction Fund for their watershed restoration and fire mitigation programs. House Bill 1008 indirectly helped to fund watershed protection. That was the bill that allowed special districts and local governments to band together to levy property taxes for wildfire mitigation. we'll see how that goes in the Four Corners. And as you remember, the River District was written into that legislation so that if we see an opportunity down the road and a need, we have the authority to move forward on that kind of project. And then the Agricultural Drought Resiliency Fund received a few $1 million as well. I will say, while I think this is a success and it's more money than we've seen at one time directed to the water plan, for example, it is still very much just a drop in the bucket and by no means will help address the total funding gap that exists and the needs that exist out there. The federal government also, as we all know, came forward with some pretty significant state and local stimulus dollars. The state received multiple billions of dollars. At least 1.2 or 1.3 billion is yet to be doled out. There are some interim committees that will be having those conversations. We'll also be monitoring that process closely. We already talked about WOTUS. Redistricting will be interesting. We've seen some initial maps. There's a map in your federal affairs memo that we can look at in a few minutes that talks about the federal congressional districts, but the state districts will also be impacted. And there are a number, I think at least 7 7 House districts where they will pit Democrat incumbent versus Democrat incumbent. And there will be a shakeup. And ultimately, I think most analysts predict that the votes still skew in favor of the Democrats holding majority in the House and potentially in the Senate as well. Time will tell, and it will be an interesting election result following that redistricting process. Beyond that, one interesting announcement we heard yesterday, Dylan Roberts, former chair of the House House Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee, has announced his candidacy for Senate District 5, which will be vacated by Carrie Donovan as she attempts to run against Representative Lauren Boebert for the congressional seat in Western Colorado. Dylan has been a friend of the River District, I believe. He's worked closely with us and always sought our input. It will be interesting to see how that race shakes up for him, especially after redistricting. But beyond that, there's not a ton of shakeup for our Western Slope, or what I call the River District delegation. I expect most of the faces we worked with over the last year or two to be in their seats next session as well, or the session following. So beyond that, I'm happy to take any questions on state affairs, but given the amount of time that's lapsed since we were there, there's not a whole lot more to report. So,
any questions on state affairs?
I might have a comment, Madam Chair. I think one of the things that's happening to rural Colorado today is that we're shrinking. Colorado is rapidly becoming an urban state because of the population centers up and down the I-25 corridor. And that doesn't look good for us. Here on the Western Slope, we will lose one voice, I'm pretty sure, in regards to representatives. We might even lose 2. The redraw on my district puts me and Soper together against one another. Perry will now be in Mesa County rather than in his home district. So there are a lot of problems. The other thing is, out on the Eastern Slope, the 2 Ag Committee members are in the same district now. So every one of us that are on the Ag Committee are now going to be running against another Republican, unless somebody decides to go to the Senate or something else, which is what happened to Dylan. It looks to me like he understands that Julie McCluskey, JBC, all that, it makes sense for him to go attempt the Senate. Yeah, we both parties are gonna suffer from it. But rural Colorado is where the suffering is going to land. And I guess it's the way the numbers work. It's disappointing for people like me because we don't have enough voices there to begin with. So It will be interesting, I guess. Isn't that the Chinese curse?
Interesting
You live in
times.
interesting times or something like that. So anyway, keep your eyes open. And if you don't like it, please go to the commission hearings and tell them what you think. Draw out the points of view that you'd like to show. Because water is a big deal on the Western Slope. Water is a big deal statewide. And we're rapidly losing the people that can speak to the water issues because of these redistricting things. Anyway, thank you. That's all I got.
A question for the board.
Sure.
To my knowledge, the district is not engaged in redistricting commission hearings in the past. Or when it was led by the majority, I don't believe we engaged in those conversations. This, of course, is the first time we've gone through an independent redistricting commission process.
I don't think there's been a suggestion that the district engage. I think Director Catlin's comments were directed at individual.
Quick question, thank you. When will this all be settled? Like, when do we expect to have some certainty?
They were behind schedule last I checked. I don't know if Kathleen has more information. They were behind schedule, but I think we expect by October.
The Independent Redistricting Commission for the legislature went to the Colorado Supreme Court looking for an extension on some of their deadlines. I don't know that that's been decided yet. But the idea would be to have a good understanding of preferred maps by October. Because then if they're challenged, it goes to the Supreme Court and has to come back, and then you have to do the work again, if it's remanded. And so I think Representative Catlin's observations regarding us giving input, if we have comments, would be relevant, especially with regard to communities of interest, because communities of interest includes watershed issues, not just, the main highway that goes through or access to transportation, but also water is an issue that the commission would want to hear about.
So there is still an opportunity to influence.
They're doing a ton of meetings.
Okay.
Director Aquafresca.
Thank you. I had a recommendation to Zane before he finishes. The River District puts out a daily blast on Facebook, at least one a day. And they're usually beautiful images of landscape and water, farms and ranches, natural features, water features, but they're never identified as to where they are. And one day I saw an image I thought for sure was from Montana, but I didn't know. So my suggestion to Zane was to have staff identify where those photographs are. And I think it would help promote what we're trying to do in generating support for our water resources and the River District.
I appreciate that. I learned early in my political campaign career that the last thing you want to do is post a beautiful mountain image that is not in Colorado. So we've been very careful to make sure what we post is actually in the district and in Colorado. It's funny you mentioned that. We can touch on that during the EA team briefing. Our communications and policy fellow actually has been going through the trove of thousands of photos and very high quality, great photos from throughout the district, and actually tagging those based on the basin, the county, and all of the geographic information that we can get for those. So I'll allow them to give you a brief update when we get to them on the agenda, Director Fresca.
Thanks, Zane.
Yeah.
Okay, we can move ahead with federal affairs.
All right, quick overview through the memo, and then I want to save the lion's share of our time for a discussion of a letter that I believe you all saw for the first time yesterday. While I dive into my federal affairs memo, I will pass these each direction. There should be, this is a 7 basin states letter that was signed a few weeks ago. This is the letter that the district is being asked to consider today, including the amendments or edits that Peter and I worked to secure yesterday and last night. But quick overview of federal affairs beyond this infrastructure conversation that we'll engage in. We've been busy with the delegation. We've had a lot of interface, and I think the situation on the western slope, the drought situation, the anxiety that exists about another terrible fire year, just the poor hydrology in general has led a lot of media attention to the western slope, and as we can always expect, the politicians are not far behind. So we have had I think the pleasure of working closely with Senators Bennett and Hickenlooper, as well as Representative Boebert over the last quarter, and really throughout the last year. I spoke as Representative Boebert's invited guest at the House Natural Resource Minority Forum on drought. I had the opportunity to speak on a roundtable with Secretary Vilsack, Secretary of Agriculture, Senator Bennett, and our Representative Joe Neguse, who does represent a good chunk of the River District territory as well. We were primarily talking about post-fire recovery efforts in the Emergency Watershed Protection Program, but it led to a full-day tour where we had the opportunity to talk to them about big river issues and our needs for their attention on their committees and their subcommittees. All of our delegation members have relevant committee and subcommittee assignments to the work we do. And then Andy Mueller and Micah Attell also were able to join for a Grant County tour with Senator Bennett, looking at these troublesome and talking about not only EWP funding, but we had an opportunity to talk to him about the Colorado River Connectivity Channel and the need for additional federal investment there. Infrastructure remains the talk of the town right now. I think it's the chances of a bipartisan proposal moving forward are still good. It will face its challenges, and every new day brings a new challenge to that attempt at a bipartisan package. We've been engaging regularly with Senator Hickenlooper's staff as the ENR committee marked up a Western water infrastructure priorities package that did include $50 million for the upper basin, including 50 for the upper Colorado River and San Juan recovery programs. That was marked up successfully by committee. There's another $50 million in that package for $100 million in that package for forest mitigation and restoration of watersheds, not only in the upper basin, but basin wide. And that's certainly nothing to shake a stick at. I think when we look at the underfunded condition of our Forest Service and our Bureau of Land Management, any additional influx of dollars that's specifically directed at watershed health and wildfire mitigation is a good thing. And as we can see right on our back there today, on I-70 and the Grizzly Creek fire impacts. So infrastructure remains the focus for natural resources, agriculture committees in the Senate, as well as the Natural Resources Committee in the House. In front of you on the memo is also the preliminary map for congressional districts. This is going to be interesting for the Western Slope. It does carve out a good chunk of that territory that Representative Neguse currently occupies within the River District, and hands most of that to Representative Boebert. But then it takes Pueblo and the San Luis Valley and hands that to Representative Ken Buck, or would hand that to Representative Ken Buck. All in all, I think there have been some Democrats in the Colorado delegation that have been disappointed or frustrated by this map and expressed those frustrations publicly. Representative Perlmutter on the Front Range is, I think, the one that appears to be getting squeezed the most. But time will tell. I think that this map, that the preliminary map, still has a pretty solid Republican advantage in the 3rd Congressional District. But as we saw last time, the 3rd District is no different than most other districts in the state, wherein the independents and the unaffiliateds really are they're the ones that ultimately decide. And so it'll be an interesting election cycle especially once we get the final maps in front of us. And I have no doubt it will be a competitive race for the 3rd congressional district this year or this next cycle. So beyond that, there are a handful of other infrastructure updates in the memo. We don't have to dive into those. I think the other key thing you all should be aware of is the announcement and confirmation of a number of key appointments. We've seen confirmation of Tanya Trujillo. We saw Camille Tootin formally nominated to serve as Bureau of Reclamation Commissioner. Tommy Boudreau as Deputy Secretary of Interior, the number 2 at Interior, is an interesting choice. He has some Colorado roots. We have connections to him. He's been aware of many of our water and natural resource issues over the years. I wouldn't say we have a close working relationship with him, but it is an interesting choice for that number 2 slot at Interior. And we'll see how that position shakes out. And just to note, he was approved overwhelmingly by the ENR committee and has not received a floor vote yet, to my knowledge. We do have a new undersecretary for Environment and Natural Resources at USDA. And it was not who we had. There were a number of Coloradans in running for that. We've seen many Coloradans in that seat in the past, Harris Sherman most recently. There was a career service gentleman, and I'm sorry, I'm spacing on his name. I know he's in the memo somewhere. But we're starting to see the administration's appointments take shape and have a better idea of who we need to be working with and who we will be working with over the next few years. So any questions on federal affairs or budget update before we dive into this letter that is in front of you? Nope. Okay. So I think you saw the letter yesterday. I was not present for your conversation on it, but the background here is during the House Natural Resource Committee hearing about a month ago, Southern Nevada Water Authority testified and provided written follow-up comments to the chair that I think got a lot of people's attention throughout the upper and lower basins, related to resiliency, related to a workable infrastructure package that is targeted and dare I say, more surgical in its approach, as opposed to some of the other packages that the district's also been involved in, the Family Farm Alliance and NWRA packages, which were, I think, much bigger Christmas tree style wish lists on here's everything we could use for the next 10 years. But the testimony and the subsequent written comments submitted by Southern Nevada got the attention of the 7 states, who then endorsed that package, if you will. And we are now being asked to provide a letter of support alongside Southern Nevada, Metropolitan, Central Arizona, Central Utah, and the Front Range water users that would collectively endorse this package that is included in the letter that you have in front of you. I recognize that there are some concerns related to primarily centered on the money for system conservation without any specificity as to where those dollars would go. Peter and I yesterday spent some time on the phone with Southwestern and some others, including some folks, some of the proponents of this package that wherein we suggested edits clarifying that the $250 million for system conservation would be in the lower basin. And also, I think we've done a good job of at least thus far, making some edits that make sure that any of the money spent on upper basin are not characterized as system conservation, but are clearly defined as demand management or conservation consistent with the drought contingency plans. So those edits are in front of you. I welcome any comments from Peter before we dive in deeper.
And just to clarify, we got this version yesterday. This is the current version that we should be working from today. Is that accurate?
Red line, yes.
Okay, Peter.
Yeah, a couple of points. Thanks, Zane, for that introduction. Number one, this letter is still in draft form.
Yes.
Even if the suggested edits that we have proposed are accepted, which it appears that they will be, or have been, it's possible there may be changes coming down the pipe. The main thing that we would like to suggest is, I think it's important, I think Zane agrees, that, that the River District indicate through the support of, in one form or the other, either this letter or some other form, the need for this type of funding. That said, Zane talked about the distinction between system conservation and demand management. And I want to just point that out. We have had in the Upper Basin a system conservation pilot project. Board members that have been around for a while will remember talking about that occurred in the Grand Valley. And also in the Monterey, or at least up in the North Fork Basin. I think there was some participating projects there, as well as other locations in the Upper Basin. System conservation, by definition, in this context, it involves reducing demands, and the reduction in demand becomes water of the system without a tag on it. And in that way, it, eventually, in theory, it ends up in Lake Powell, just like the water, that is going past the state line today ends up in Lake Powell, and becomes system water and is therefore subject to the determinations of levels in Lake Powell versus levels in Lake Mead, and how it gets released from the Upper Basin Reservoir, Lake Powell, down to Lake Mead. Demand management, as you know, is the concept where demands are reduced in the Upper Basin, and that water is saved in one of probably the CRISP facilities, likely Lake Powell, but could be the Aspinall unit, could be Flaming Gorge, could be Navajo, and has a sort of a specific tag on it. It's accounted for separately than system water. What we didn't want to see happen was have a very large dollar figure here, $250 million, allocated to system conservation without any geographic boundaries or limitations as to where that could occur. It would be highly unlikely that it would all come into Colorado. That's a paranoid future projection, but paranoid. And so it, we didn't like the concept that this large amount of money could be spent on system conservation in the Upper Basin. We've proposed a change that it would be limited to the Lower Basin, and that change, I believe, has been accepted. There is some allocation of money for studies, demonstration, feasibility analysis of demand management in the Upper Basin, but it isn't that quite that much money, still a fair amount of money. All of which is a long way of saying the folks that we've been working with on this letter have been receptive to the changes that we've suggested. It's not perfect. There still are some concerns here and there, but it's also important to realize it's just, at this point, it's just an ask. It's just an indication that the River District is willing to participate in this recognition and request for funding to address extreme drought scenario that we're facing today.
I am going to suggest this because the Assistant Secretary is here and running on schedule. We want to be very prompt in being able to meet with her at noon. I am going to suggest that we break now as scheduled for lunch. Following our conversations with the Assistant Secretary and the Bureau of Reclamation staff, then we will come back to this letter. We'll finish up information and outreach and then we will do our project operations and finish up. Okay, but if that's acceptable to everyone, yes.
I apologize to Director Aquafresca and Director Hazard. It just occurred to me that you do not have the red line edits to the letter. I will email it to them.
Perfect.
So that
gives them time to be able to look at them.
I'll send it to you right now. So.
Okay.
Thank you.
And Monger as well.
Okay.
Yes.
Do we want to invite them for an introduction before we have lunch?
Yes, I think that would be lovely. No, I think they're gonna do introductions.
No, what happened?
We don't start these words, build words.
I tried. Those kind of things. And really, I would be back.
I think that's the issue.
Yeah.
Just the Western. That's Western Colorado. If you have some of your team with you that you'd like to introduce, that would be wonderful as well. And hopefully each of us will have a chance to visit with you during lunch.
Okay, well, thank you. Hello, my name is Tanya Trujillo. I'm the incoming Assistant Secretary for Water and Science at the Department of the Interior. I am New Mexican by home growth and have come in last night to Grand Junction, spent a little time there this morning. I'm coming here now. Very pleased to hear that you were having your board meeting today, so it's great to be able to come by and say hello. And then I'll be staying in Colorado basically for the rest of the week and into some of the part of next week, just to really be in listening mode and try to see and hear what's going on in the water world, but also my portfolio includes the USGS folks in the science world, and I was pleased to hear that Ken is going to be presenting as well, so that'll be a good combination. But I'm happy to follow whatever schedule makes sense with your meetings. Happy to provide insights into what we've been thinking about this year and the very challenging drought situations that we are facing, but mainly here to hear perspectives and thoughts from what you guys are seeing on the ground in your respective areas. And it is, I do have experience working with the River District in other contexts. I know that you play a really important role here in Western Colorado, which is an important part of the whole of Colorado, which is an important part of the whole Western US. So I know it's important to try to learn from what's going on here, and happy to be part of your meeting today.
Wonderful, thank you.
And I would say, so we have Ed Warner from Bureau of Reclamation's. He has my back, but he was with me this morning in the Grand Valley, and then we drove over here, and then Ken is going to be part of your meeting already from USGS, so great to have them. But obviously from the Department of the Interior's perspective, we have a lot of other bureaus that work on these issues, and then I'm excited to be able to work with other federal agencies that are also partnering on these water issues. So it's great to be here and be part of this world.
Wonderful. We will invite you to join us for lunch now, and then we'll come back and be able to visit with you more at noon.
Okay.
If that works for everybody.
Sounds great. Nice. Thank you.
That's fine. Everyone, let's call the meeting back to order, please. We are really delighted and honored that the new Assistant Secretary of Water and Science for the Department of the Interior could make time to visit with us today. As you know, she plays a very important role in the Colorado River administration, the interim guidelines, operations. she's just come into a job that carries all sorts of challenges with it, many of which used to be theoretical and not so much this year. So, Tanya Cadillo, we are very, very pleased and just very honored that you would find time in your schedule to come visit with us. And so if you want to start out with a few words, and I'm certain we'll have plenty of questions and things to visit about.
Thank you very much. It is great to be here, and I'm very glad that the timing worked out so that I could be here when you were having a board meeting, and also that you had a presentation from USGS lined up already. I just want to emphasize the appreciation that I have for being able to work with the great, amazing scientists at USGS, and then also the amazing folks at Bureau of Reclamation. So far, so good with respect to the new tenure that I have as Assistant Secretary. But as you noted, unfortunately, we're seeing much drier conditions than we had anticipated, and are having to really evolve and work through things as we go. And that triple emphasizes my belief that we have to work together, and that also triple emphasizes the understanding that I have of the great work that the River District does, and your ability to represent the region and work through issues along with us on the federal side as we figure things out. I had some side conversations with many of you, and have said I'm not intending to make any announcements or have formal remarks here. I'm very interested in hearing any concerns that you have, hearing things about how it is going so far in these unprecedented dry times, but also I know the future is on all of our minds, and we unfortunately don't have the luxury of being able to wait for some of these decisions that are going to be coming up. So I maybe just to reflect back a little bit on how things are going, and just personally my background. I am a water lawyer. I'm from New Mexico. I've been working on some of these issues for over 20 years now, of trying to think through complicated circumstances and try to balance a wide variety of perspectives and needs and priorities. And a lot of the same elements exist, whether you're here in Colorado, whether you're in Oregon, whether you're in New Mexico or California, or even in some of the eastern areas that I now get an opportunity to work with. Really just trying to develop partnerships, build off of them, look for common ground. And I don't suggest that that's easy, or there's an automatic template to put down in place there that works generally every place you are. So our job at Interior is very broad. As you know, we have Secretary Holland, who is also a New Mexican. She is learning as she goes with respect to a lot of these issues, and is very interested in water. And I've been able to work closely with her on water and science issues from day one. And I know she very much appreciates and understands and values the importance of these issues, and takes to heart the severity of the drought circumstances around the West. So appreciate being part of the team at Interior. And we are also working very closely with our partners at the Department of Agriculture, for example, but also other federal agencies as well. The Corps of Engineers plays a big role and has to partner with us on issues in the West, as does the EPA. And we have continued to build upon a good level of coordination among the federal agencies on water issues. And really, that's something I prioritize personally. I'm just trying to figure out how to best utilize our resources to fill gaps that might exist in particular places. Again, with no automatic foundation or framework that has to fit, no one size fits all, I'll say. So there may be different things that we can do here in Colorado that make sense versus doing things differently someplace else or partnering in a different way someplace else. And it's been great to just work with the new teams that are coming in from the different agencies and try to help, in the context of the drought, help with respect to the resources that we have available immediately and try to provide relief immediately, but also looking forward to programs that we can build upon and build resilience, but working together with groups that are thinking about this. We're excited to see how the discussions in Congress play out with respect to new infrastructure funding. I testified on behalf of the department a few weeks ago in the Senate Energy and Natural Resources Committee on the bipartisan proposal that had been offered, and have continued to watch that develop. It would be additional resources that we could use at the Department of the Interior, but also other federal agencies to try to expand upon the programs that have a successful track record, whether it be things like aging infrastructure, improving, in Grand County this morning, that was what we talked about, trying to improve and provide resources to expand the capabilities that are happening in various places, or water recycling through Reclamation's Water Smart programs, through USGS's stream gauging capabilities, and enhancing the next generation of stream gauging capabilities that they have in place. So trying to continue in Indian water rights settlements, trying to make sure that we can complete the existing settlements. So that is something we are looking forward to, and hopefully we'll see that move forward in Congress. The other layers of coordination that we have, in particular, just with respect to Colorado River discussions, precisely, there's been such a good, strong track record of coordination on Colorado River issues over 20 years, and the River District has been part of that and part of the key to the successful efforts. Again, I don't want to minimize the difficulty there. I know there are challenges ahead. I know within each state there are difficult conversations that are happening and that still need to evolve. I am very happy to commit from the federal perspective that we recognize the important role of the states. We recognize the important role of a broad range of constituencies on these issues, and are willing to be good partners as we go forward into the uncertain future. As I started with, the first few months have been not what we planned for hydrologically, and we had to make decisions and kind of evolve the projections as we go. We are anticipating the August announcements pursuant to the 2007 guidelines that will impose the first official 2007 guideline shortages in the lower basin. And unfortunately, some of the projections show that we may even see continued streak of those shortages. So trying to get out ahead of that, trying to work from both basins perspectives and with Mexico on how to get through this next couple of years while we're thinking forward to what comes after that. And I'm all ears. I know I said I didn't have much to say, but then I went on for a little while, but I am primarily here to just with you, introduce myself, saying I'm happy to be a resource and be attentive to any issues or concerns that you may have. And also happy to be part of the great team with Reclamation and USGS, and very flexible about having a discussion now or having the presentation and then continuing a dialogue as we go. Happy to
Director Hobbs.
Thank you. Just a quick question on priorities. There's a lot going on in the West right now. So just wondering if you could speak to Interior's priorities regionally, but then also maybe specific to the Colorado River and what you see kind of the next 6 to 8 months looking like.
Yeah, I mean, I wish I had a, this is it.
Right, here it is.
Because a lot of it is just responding and unfortunately, you know, I was talking a little bit about, we have a responsibility to manage in difficult circumstances in a variety of locations. But we also have to be responsive to what's happening in a variety of circumstances. So fortunately, we have good teams in place in various areas. And I think it's hard, I'm not gonna say we have a priority area versus another priority. We don't have that luxury. We have to be working on all of the things together at the same time. The existing structures in place allow us to do that. Colorado River is, like I said, a great example where there's a track record to build upon, but we have similar examples, I think, you know, different layers of complexity. So happy to bring this same type of approach to a variety of areas. And you know, Rio Grande, same thing. Central Valley of California, Klamath Basin in Oregon, Columbia River Basin, Yakima Basin, like a lot of the same ideas. You know, this meeting could be happening in a lot of different locations where you have people that are from different backgrounds, from different perspectives, trying to work together to think about how to manage the water resources and the critical supply issues and balancing that's going on in various places. And so with respect to Colorado River Basin, I think you know, the priority is to continue that positive momentum. We have, you know, a set of rules and guidelines that we have in place that we will follow, but those guidelines do include an adaptive element that we need to be continuing to hear from communities about how to make decisions as we see the hydrology playing out on a year-to-year or month-to-month basis at this point. You know, we have, just to reiterate, we have, you know, our federal budget process, and that, you know, we have the funding that we had from our first year. We have a pending set of budget proposal. I think there's a hearing today, actually, in Congress where USGS and Reclamation are both presenting information on. Secretary Holland's going to be testifying later this week. A lot of things depend on that partnership between the federal administration and then the congressional support that we need, but also hearing from you and influencing that process as well is really important.
Who else would like to comment or ask the Assistant Secretary?
What are your priorities?
I was going to say, we're usually not shy about sharing concerns and perspectives. So one of the things that I think I have been hearing kind of generally from the group is just concerns or questions about process and how, as you move forward, you see ensuring that stakeholders like the River District, who perhaps also have modeling and technical data that might be useful in arriving at solutions. How do you see making sure everybody's involved and at the table for discussion?
Well, I think Exhibit A is there are folks from the region here that we have available to be resources and be members of your communities, honestly, is one way to ensure that there is a good solid basis for that communication. But again, each state will be evolving and developing its own kind of set of processes for figuring out how we go forward. And I am absolutely willing to say we don't have a template that we're going to come in from the federal perspective and say this is the way it has to be. There will be a lot of input and a lot of opportunity for continued dialogue. Happy to hear suggestions on ways to do that. Happy to have an evolving process to make sure that we do get it right.
Yes, yeah, thank you so much, Assistant Secretary, for being here. We're excited to be able to visit with you. One of the things that came up this morning when we all did our sort of checking in as directors was the pressure on public lands, and in many cases, the overuse of public lands. So a lot of those are Forest Service, but a lot of them are Department of Interior. So those pressures translate to water pressure also, especially in times of shortages. So anything that you can do to make sure that perspective is top of mind with BLM and other agencies when they're thinking about maintenance funds and rehab others are put out and those kind of things that threaten our watersheds.
Thanks. That's a really important point. And to me, it's automatic, water. And I think it comes from coming from New Mexico, where water is so fragile. I mean, such a fragile resource and so important to the landscapes, but just knowing that you have to think collectively about water and land management issues resonates well with me. And I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge the circumstance that we are seeing on the fire perspective. And I know last year's fires here are still showing their strength, but it's something that we are trying to be as responsive as possible and very keenly aware of the heat and the dry conditions that are there everywhere. Knowing we have to work at Interior with USDA on these issues. We have to work with the climate task force at the White House. We have to be able to conduct our operations in circumstances that are very challenging.
Thank you.
This is such a quiet group. So yes, Peter.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Assistant Secretary Trujillo. Really appreciate you being here. One thing I think I heard you say, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I think I heard you say that, with all of the negotiations and often the conflict that goes on within the basin, you also recognize that even within states, there can be disputed issues. And I really appreciate that observation. As you know, that's what the River District does, kind of for better or for worse. That's what, one reason we were created. Not the only, but one. And I want to make sure that to impress upon you and the rest of the administration gets involved in these interstate negotiations with particular reference to upcoming negotiations that we are committed to trying to get a unified position within the Upper Basin, obviously unified position within the state of Colorado. But sometimes when you hear something about any particular disputed issue within a state, it might seem like I don't want to point fingers just at us, but the River District is holding up X progress because of some issue. And I can't even think of an example off the top of my head, but it has occurred in the past. And I want to make sure that we are just looking out for our own constituents. We're not trying to hold up progress on the bigger basin-wide issues. And I think we have a really good track record of eventually solving those issues. Sometimes it might take more time, but I really just wanted to point out that I think I heard what you were saying, and correct me if I'm wrong, please, but I appreciated your observation on that.
Thanks.
I did have.
I said to somebody, we don't have the luxury of standing still, so we have to.
Right, and we're committed to moving forward in light of You know, you should have been here yesterday for Dave Kanzer, DK's presentation, because, you know, it's amazing anybody came back today. The news was just so depressing.
I'll watch the rerun.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have, I mean, that's a good, sorry, I know you're mid-sentence, but I want to acknowledge like the staff here is very, very top-notch and really serves the board well in terms of the technical expertise that you have. And
Yeah, no, thank you. And the point was just that while the River District, you know, hasn't taken a firm position on a lot of these things like demand management, the state of the drought is making us think, you know, boy, these things that we were kind of thinking were further off are here. I think you noted at the beginning. I did want to make a observation and maybe a request as well of Ed. I don't want to put Ed on the spot. But I was hoping that Jeff Riker would be here. Jeff is the area manager for the Eastern Colorado Area Office of Reclamation. We, and at Jeff's, and he was relatively new in that role, not too new, but relatively new enough that I don't think we've met him in person because of the pandemic. But we've been having quarterly Zoom meetings with him in his office, and it's really been super helpful. And wanted to note our appreciation for that.
Right.
And ask Ed whether we could, doesn't have to be quarterly. We kind of have a more informal contact with Ed and DK, and folks are really more in, you know, I don't want to take away from that, but those sorts of quarterly meetings, or even, you know, twice a year, where we get up to speed and with all the issues that are going on, I think would be.
We can set that up. Real quick, and appreciate that, Peter. Just so you know, I just literally got word as we're trying to figure out our schedule today. So Patrick Fisher is coming on his way over. That's Jeff's deputy. He should be here about 1:30, and we'll have to let him in, right?
Doors are open.
Okay. Anyway, so just so you guys know, Patrick's on his way over.
Thank you.
Cool.
yeah, and happy to be available. And back to my comment about the best, you know, lines of communication. We have great staff here from the federal family here in Colorado to be responsive to these issues.
I don't want to, this is a director's meeting, not staff. But yeah, so, and then I think trying to maybe look at some of the interstate stuff that's going on, plus on the ground in Colorado, the reclamation under your office has implemented the drought response operations from the Upper Colorado River Storage Project Act facilities. Primarily Flaming Gorge, but also including the Aspinall unit, and I think a little bit from Navajo as well, but the Aspinall unit obviously is located in Colorado. We talked about that a fair amount yesterday. And I think everybody knew this when the drought response operations agreement was entered, but it was sort of, well, yes, that's great. You get some more water down to Lake Powell to assist with levels in Lake Powell. It's kind of a one-time deal, unless, you know, there's a massive snows, you know, we just get massive snows next year. I think we were hearing from folks in the basin that the Blue Mesa is already, you know, way down, and impacting recreation and having those sorts of impacts. Do you or Ed, you have any thoughts about, you know, what if next year doesn't provide and we're potentially in another DROA situation? Does that mean, you know, is there another drop out of the Aspinall unit that goes down for that? Or, you know, is there more? Presumably there's a little more water in Flaming Gorge, but not a whole lot.
So just to kind of dive in, the question is, what are we going to do next year if the conditions are as bad or worse as they are this year? And I think the short answer is we'll do exactly what we're doing this year and just try to roll up our sleeves, use the best science available, use the best modeling available, try to be creative in the tools that might be available to get us through that, but in collaboration with local entities, with the basin states, with our other federal partners. How much flexibility can we build upon and develop? And I don't want to be there. But thank you for thinking about these things. Thank you for being good partners on a lot of different fronts, and really appreciate the opportunity to be part of this community with you.
Okay, any of our Zoom directors have questions or comments?
Question. So you mentioned a priority was infrastructure. Can you expand on that a little bit? Kind of what that means in your world?
You bet. And so I did have the task or the honor of being a witness in the Senate when this came up. And I think one of the senators, it might have been Senator Hickenlooper, but one of the senators asked me, whether that was a broad opportunity for reclamation's expansion. And the short answer is yes. I think we need to define infrastructure as broadly as possible, whether it include water recycling programs, whether it include forest management programs, whether it includes storage above ground or below ground storage, new desalination, new types of programs that we can build upon to try to be as, again, creative as possible to get through the circumstance. Your county may have particular needs. Your county may have something that's completely different, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So trying to say, well, your infrastructure and your infrastructure, I want to be supportive of all of that and try to just, hopefully we'll get additional resources. Hopefully this is going to be prioritized from the congressional folks as well to help us help you and work together on these issues.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here today. We appreciate you taking the time out of your busy schedule to come out west. But you know what it is out west, so I'm sure they didn't have to turn you away.
I start in the west, so it's okay.
You kind of get a chance to come home. My question is, when we talk about water resources, is there an opportunity for the United States to start looking at desalinization and some of these kind of things from a technology point of view, so that the infrastructure we've got here can service the needs that were originally stated for building these dams and reservoirs and these irrigation companies, rather than continuing to put more and more pressure on those reservoirs and that resource for domestic use. It's frustrating to sit here and see we can do it because other countries are. I toured one in San Diego, and it looked to me like it worked like a charm. So is that part of the future for our water needs?
Absolutely, yes. And I'll break it down a little bit, because I think the heart of your question is, what if there's no new water, right? Like, we don't know what the snowpack is going to be every year. So I think we have to work as much as possible on water reuse and recycling. We have to do work with desalination. And this is not only ocean desalination. In New Mexico, Reclamation has a state-of-the-art research facility on trying to do more groundwater desalination projects. El Paso has a lot of their municipal water is desalinating groundwater. So there are opportunities for continuing to expand. If we're going to face a future that requires all of us to use less water, we have to be, again, that flexibility, that creative spirit has to be part of all of our work. And yes, we do. We are building upon science-based, technologically advanced programs to think through how can we do it more efficiently, more cheaper. Get our more bang for the buck kind of opportunities. And water quality is a major component of our work. We were talking about it earlier. We have water quantity challenges. We have water quality challenges. We have to take care of our natural environment. Lots of different things to do at the same time.
Thank you. Thanks.
Does anyone else have anything they'd like to raise? Comments? All right.
Great, yeah, great being here. I'm gonna plan on listening in with the experts that were previously scheduled here. And again, open invitation to provide feedback to me, provide feedback to Ed or anyone else in the reclamation world, and also happy to be a sounding board for others in the department as well.
I'm sorry, and Ed, you are with Bureau of Reclamation?
So my name's Ed Warner.
Thank you.
A lot of you I met, some I haven't. Some of you probably think you've known me too long. No, this is Martin, you don't need to say anything. Kathleen. Anyway, I'm the area manager for Reclamation's Western Colorado area office. And I apologize, I didn't bring a card, but you call me anytime on any issue.
And you're in the Grand Junction office then?
Well, we cover all of Western Colorado. I got offices all over, but
understand.
Outside COVID, I usually sit in Grand Junction.
Okay.
So, yes, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks to you, and to, again, I'm happy to be here in Colorado, recognize the important role that Colorado plays in a lot of our issues. So thanks for your hard work.
And DK, then you would like to introduce the proposed joint funding agreement. And then you can tell us about that.
Yes, sure will. First I want to introduce Ken Live. Ken now is the Colorado Water Science Center director, acting director. That position is typically based in Denver, Lakewood, at the Federal Center. Ken comes to us from Grand Junction, where he's duty stationed. We have a very long relationship with Ken, like we do with Ed. Your memo gives the background, so I won't go very deep into it, except to say that our program is large and it's growing. We cover, as we heard, quality, quantity, and studies. And those studies can include algae in the white, salinity, selenium, metals, et cetera. So I'm not going to steal Ken's thunder, but what I'm thinking would be helpful is Ken's going to run through some slides. We also have Corey Williams, who is the office chief now acting in Grand Junction, shown up on the screen here. Corey also has some slides. Corey and I and others here at the River District with partners have been working on wildfire response, monitoring, assessment, and early warning. And so there's a lot in our discussion today and some action that we are proposing that you all take after you hear all this. And so it's probably enough background right now. I'll turn it over to Ken and his team. They'll go through the information and we'll circle back.
All right. Thanks, Dave. Appreciate it. And thank you to the board for inviting us up to present. We have quite a few slides, so we're going to be kind of hitting them and going, but we're here at the pleasure of the board. So if there's a question, you can chime in and we'll stop and address that. We already did the introductions here, so we'll keep moving to the next slide. Is it going to work? Great. I just went too far. Okay. So yeah, we'll do just for those board members that may not be real familiar with USGS, just a very brief background. Then we'll do our general program overview. We're going to be out 50,000 foot level. We're going to focus in as we go. We'll start with some funding. And then we'll look at stream flow conditions and drought. That's, I'm not going to say hot topic. That's just a topic of interest. I promised I wasn't going to say that. I almost did. But we do have some slides that just let you look at things from a stream flow perspective and what we're seeing. And then we got a few related research topics that DK touched on, specifically for the amendment, algae and fire science. Corey is going to take those topics and burrow in a little deeper. Okay. Gotta get the hang of it. Okay, origins of the USGS, we were established in 1879. That was a result of the need to survey areas from the Louisiana Purchase and Mexican-American War. First surveyed by John Wesley Powell, who was our second director for the USGS. First USGS director was a man by the name of River King. That's actually his middle name was River and his last name was King. His first name was Clarence. Little known fact. But the legacy really that everybody remembers is John Wesley Powell and his explorations and endeavors down the Colorado. Some of the first stream flow gauges were established in the 1890s as part of that program. One of the oldest in western Colorado is right outside, actually been relocated, but it was right outside. Established in 1899, Colorado River at Glenwood Springs. Unfortunately, they moved it downstream, they relocated it, but those two gauges combined have over 100 years of record. The Roaring Fork also has an extensive record from 1906, so a lot of rich data history here in Glenwood Springs area. So that's the 1890s. We had 13 stream gauges. Now, as of 2020, if we include the Department of Natural Resources gauges from the state of Colorado, we have over 1,000. So obviously the need to understand our water system is important. There's lots of ways to access this information. We at the USGS, the River District, we're all available to help you go through those websites at any time and acquire that data as needed. We just don't have time today to go into all those websites. All right, a funding breakdown again, 50,000 foot level. State of Colorado, we have three main funding sources, other federal agencies such as Reclamation, BLM. We have USGS appropriated funding here in green. And then our reimbursable program, which is somewhat unique to the water program in USGS. We're able to take some of our appropriated funding and match with local entities, tribes, states, local governments, districts. And we have over 100 customers that we have agreements with, but the vast majority are as part of this reimbursable program. And that's how it's designed. It's designed for us to go out, reach out to the local water community, get feedback from them on our program, and try and drive what we do towards their needs. Okay, specific to the River District program, in FY20, we did a combined effort of 550,000 in the agreement. This year, that's increased to about 940,000, not including today's amendment. So quite an increase this year. The vast majority of that information, or I'm sorry, that funding is going towards collecting of data, streamflow data, storage data, precip data, water quality information, continuous record, as well as individual sampling that we do in the rivers and streams all across the West for the River District. And of course, research. We will dip into some of those topics here in just a minute. We can't get into all of them. We're going to talk specifically today about the ones on the amendment. Okay, so some more specifics on the agreement. Our funding obligation, as it stands currently with the River District, all told, it's about 940,000 as it exists. With the proposed amendment, USGS would add an additional 98,000 as part of our cooperative matching funds program. And that would put us up over the $1 million mark. So the match rate that USGS generally has with the River District is between 30 and 35%. This year it bumped up due to some prioritization of topics. Here locally, some of those specific to fire science and algae in the white, we've bumped that match rate up to around 42%. And additional US program funding coming in that doesn't necessarily go on to the River District agreement, but it is coming into this basin. Assistant Secretary talked on this briefly, our NGWAS program, Next Generation Water Observing Systems. That's specific to the Colorado River and Gunnison Rivers here in the state of Colorado. There's national interest in this basin in improving regional water prediction and snowmelt driven systems. Plus the Colorado is just so important to so many folks out west. Generally, we're not sure, but on the range of $2 to $4 million annually for the foreseeable future. We're optimistic that that's a 10-year window. We will see. Not all of that goes to Colorado Water Science Center, but the vast majority did this year, and it likely will next year. And what we've been able to do is put in a lot of new infrastructure as part of that program. So stream flow gauging stations, water quality sondes at over 10 locations for each of those. That program would not have been here had NGWAS not come to town. And another added bonus of that program is that local stakeholders, like the River District, are able to leverage that new infrastructure and add even more instrumentation, which we're doing. And we're tailoring to some of the fire science needs that we have in the area on the Colorado River. So it's been a great boon for infrastructure and data collection here in the Colorado River. Okay, let's talk real quick about stream flow conditions and drought. Again, from a stream flow perspective. Okay, so these are all our stream flow gauges. And what we can see going on here is, I'm gonna have to point, because I don't think the pointer is working. We have an arc across the lower 48 here. We go from above average to pretty quickly normal or below average. Okay, even states like Minnesota and Maine are kind of feeling this. I don't really understand why that's the demarcation, but it is interesting what's going on. This is a USGS drought map. This differs from the NRCS drought map. It's not better or worse. It's just a different way of looking at drought. This is more of a short-term monitor for drought. If you look at the NRCS map, we do see similar types of things, but they have a big red zone up there in the northwest, which is accurate, but it's not necessarily specific to any watersheds. They're looking at things like soil moisture and they're looking at precip. We're just looking at stream flow. So in a short-term perspective, we want to look at basin-specific issues as far as water availability. We can go here and we can see, lower Yampa is really one of our drier areas as far as water availability. Upper Yampa is not far behind. Colorado's also dry. So these do change, depending on monsoonal events and things, this could go up or down, but it's just a different way of looking at things. Okay, this is a cumulative plot of stream flow in acre feet. This is for our Colorado River near Kremling gauge. The black line is 2021 in millions of acre feet. Brown line is 2002, which is our driest year on record for the vast majority of gauges throughout the state. And you'll notice that's right where we're tracking this year. Okay. We like to be in this green zone, the Goldilocks zone, where we're not too wet, we're not too dry. We don't want to be too wet all the time. We would take a few wet years though if we could get them. But we don't want to be wet all the time. But in general, most gauges are tracking right along with the lowest year on record. I think we have about 56 to 58 years of record. Okay, one thing to note, just want to make the point that in 2021, we had higher snowpack than we did in 2002. So there's a bunch of rights up and down the river, priority rights. The highest priority right on the river, on any river, is Mother Nature. She's going to take her cut first. And as part of the soil moisture deficit, that's why maybe we are seeing some of these years where the snowpack, maybe you get an average snowpack, you may not realize an average water yield as a result. And that's just a function of the drier it gets, the more you need to recharge the sponge. And just one more site, just to drive the point home. This one's just above Stagecoach Reservoir on the Yampa. We're tracking below 2002. So we're on track to set a record there for the lowest water yield in acre feet or any unit at that site. And again, more snowpack above that site in 2021 than in 2002, but I really feel like this is a function of soil moisture recharge. Something to think about going forward. Obviously, water conservation and things like that are paramount. Desal, those kind of things might need to be thinking about, but I'm probably preaching to the choir when we talk about water efficiency. Okay, specific research topics. I'll glance over these. Corey's gonna give us a little more detail. Algae is a big topic. That's part of the amendment. There's been a multi-year research project in the White with the White River Conservation District, State of Colorado, and the River District. And where, you know, algae is just a nuisance. It's choking intakes, as you can see here. That's actually on the Grand Valley diversion, but same thing up in Rangeley. It can affect water quality, DO, even diel variations in nutrients and trace elements. And it's just not much fun to recreate in, obviously. And then, you know, not so much of an issue in the White, but there are toxicity issues in reservoirs throughout the state of Colorado. So algae is an issue there as well. This is all exacerbated by drought. That's what we're finding. And then finally, the other research topic, wildfire science. The top 10 largest fires in Colorado have all occurred in the last 20 years, and the top 3 occurred last year. So the Grizzly Creek fire is rated ranked 19th. However, that site or that burn scar is a little more highly visible because obviously the safety issues on the highway. We're going through that right now. And then you can see, you know, some of that's getting into the river. And what does that mean habitat wise, as far as water treatment, et cetera? So physical chemical changes in soils and burned areas increase flooding and debris. We just saw that. There's literature, some data that exists for burn areas, all these different water quality constituents and features in the water column change as a result below these burn scars. So what's happening is USGS in collaboration with the River District, BLM, local stakeholders have established early warning water quality and monitoring sites in these stretches down below the burn scar here. And Corey Williams is going to dive in a little bit on that to show you some real-time data that we're seeing as a result of some of these rain events. And I think that's all I had. Corey's going to go over the proposed amendment details again, then talk about wildfire science, monitoring and alert systems in Pine Gulch and Grizzly Creek, and then we'll talk about algae as well. Okay, Corey, you're up.
All right. We should have another PowerPoint to load. Will I be presenting remotely? Okay. All right, is everyone able to hear me? Appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today. As Ken mentioned, this is just an overview of some of the work that we have going on actively, most specifically tied to the amendment for the agreement in front of you today. I've outlined 3 general tasks for discussion or activities. We'll start with the discussion of the Grizzly Creek fire area and alert monitoring networks, move downstream to the Pine Gulch, and then finally up into the northwest portion of the state, and we'll talk about the White River and algae. I've noted within these a couple of sub-bullets. In parentheses, I've noted the actual modification amounts and which tasks those are associated with. 80,000 of the proposed CMF match is associated with the precip network in Grizzly Creek, and 18,000 of CMF match is associated with stream flow monitoring on Big Salt Wash within the Pine Gulch burn area. Next slide. So this is an overview. This is a USGS product put out by our Landslides Hazards Group. They put these together as quickly as they can, following completion and containment of the fire. It takes into account burn severity, topology, slope aspects, and other soil conditions to put together a general hazard assessment for potential landslides and debris flows within a burn scar. With this, it's sort of a heat map, so the red areas have the highest basin hazard, orange is moderate, and yellow is low. In the lower left corner, we can see Glenwood Springs, and we can see that this represents about 32,431 acres of burned lands upstream, straddling the Colorado and I-70 corridors. Now, these hazards are specific to a rainfall intensity, and so this is noting a 15-minute interval rainfall intensity of 24 millimeters per hour. And so with these, we typically see the bigger movement this time of year when we have monsoon rain events. This isn't something that is as active at other times of the year with frontal systems, although total accumulation can contribute to destabilizing forces within these burn scar areas. Next slide. And so it makes sense that understanding precip within the burn scar can help to inform flood and debris flow forecasts. And so for this aspect, to promote public safety, the USGS is looking to partner with the River District and have begun installation of 7 locations for precip monitors. And this is done in coordination with local stakeholders and groups. And the siting was informed based on the Weather Service forecasters and their need to understand on the ground precip intensities and rates. And we also went in with the intention of a very strategic redundancy within our telemetry. So these sites are both cellular enabled and GOES satellite enabled transmissions. Next slide. So here's an image of a typical installation. It's just a solar system charging the battery, a transmitter, and then there's a white cone shaped instrument that is actually the weather sensor at this site. Next slide. And so where the rubber hits the road is in that improved forecasting that the Weather Service can do. With these on the ground locations reporting rainfall intensity and total accumulation, the Weather Service has improved capabilities to produce both flood watch and flood warning announcements. Next slide. And as we've seen, even as recently as last night, this trickles down to other agencies, both local and state, and their calls to action to promote public safety, where we see CDOT has implemented different recreational rest stop closures, as well as road closures for safety. And I do want to mention that CDOT is also instrumenting additional monitoring stations within the Grizzly Creek burn area. I believe 3 sites along the I-70 corridor and then 2 on the perimeter of the burn scar. Next slide. In addition to public safety, we have a science opportunity. And so this project is serving dual duty. We want to optimize future monitoring. As Ken mentioned, we're seeing fires that are larger than we've seen before and more frequent during the drought conditions. And so as part of this effort, we want to test out different equipments and capabilities within the actual burn scar area to see if we can optimize future deployments for these alert systems. Next slide. So within this, it's a similar installation, but it includes a second instrument that's a white hourglass shaped instrument that is a tipping bucket. And so we have side-by-side comparisons of 2 technologies, one a non-mechanical weather station and the second a traditional tipping bucket sensor. Along these locations, there are different requirements for field visits and calibration between these instruments. And so this is a real world test of how suitable the technology is in this setting. And just as a note, the circle in the lower right, that's a precip station within the Cinnamon Creek. We registered over ½ inch of rain from yesterday's event at that location. All right, next slide. As I mentioned, that comparison, oh, go back. Thank you. As I mentioned, that comparison really allows us to assess the effectiveness and reliability of the instrumentation, and it also provides for a cost-benefit assessment as it comes to network maintenance and access. In a lot of these areas within Forest Service, You may have reduced site visits either by accessibility or due to wildlife restrictions. And so understanding that balance between reliability and how often these equipment needs serviced comes into play within planning for monitoring. All right, next slide. Hand in hand with that precip is where the water goes after it hits the land's surface. Fires alter physical and chemical conditions within the soils, and that along with the loss of vegetation and inputs of ash and debris change water chemistry within watersheds. And so a synoptic or snapshot water quality assessment has been funded through the River District Community Partnership Funding Program to collect 4 samples at 4 locations over the course of the hydrograph, and that these are targeting the potential increases observed in other systems for nutrients, dissolved organic matter, suspended sediment, trace metals, major and minor ionic ions, inorganic ions, or salts, as well as some other chemistry that just helps us understand the sources of the water associated with stable isotopes and PFAS. And the way to think of this really is an anchoring point to understand the changes to the water chemistry before and after in the burn scar and in receiving waters downstream. Next slide. So those 4 locations, 2 of them are in burn tributaries, Grizzly Creek and No Name Creek. 1 is a control and an unburned tributary further downstream on Mitchell Creek. And the 3rd is on the main stem Colorado above the Roaring Fork confluence. And this is an integrator site to look at the effects within the main stem water column to understand the inputs from those tributaries and what effects they have on water supplies and receiving areas downstream. Next slide. Hand in hand with that discrete sampling are deployments of water quality monitors. These sensor deployments within the main stem Colorado both monitor and alert users to conditions observed. Measurements are collected every 15 minutes, and at all sites include water temperature, specific conductance, turbidity, pH, and dissolved oxygen. And at one of the sites I'll represent, we added an additional sensor that looks at the dissolved organic matter within the water column coming off from either soils or the ash or debris associated with the burn scar. And I did say alert within this. And so I talked about the precip network as an alert through the National Weather Service and flood forecasting, but USGS has its own webpage, Water Alert, that allows users to subscribe to these different sites for a specific parameter, and it generates automated email or text notifications when conditions within the river exceed or fall under user-defined thresholds. So I've included the link there, but this is another means by which an automated process can be tailored to specific users' needs. And it works similar to a phone tree, but it's all automated, and on a case-by-case basis, users subscribe to 1 or more sites, 1 or more parameters, and they can see the in real time changes happening within the river system. Next slide. So those monitors, 3 of which are on the main stem Colorado. On the far right, we're at Dot Cerro. The far left, we're just upstream of the South Canyon. In the middle, we have a site near the mouth of the Roaring Fork, and then another site on the Colorado just upstream of No Names. That's a site that's within the burn area. The other sites act as a bracket, so we can separate out incoming waters from either upstream sources within the burn scar or what is leaving the actual stream system. There's an additional proposed site in Glenwood on the main stem Colorado, just upstream from the Roaring Fork, that will likely go in either late summer or early fall. Next slide. And so if we take a look at some of this data, this plot is a little bit busy, but I'll walk you through everything. We have continuous traces of different constituents, and we can use those to understand pulses of water moving through the system. And so from top to bottom, we have a 2-week period. It's the last week of July, first week of June. I'm sorry, last week of June, first week of July, looking at dissolved organic matter at the top, turbidity, which can be thought of as water clarity or sediment within the middle, and specific conductance, which is a good surrogate for a number of water quality parameters, but it's most often associated with salt or salinity. The blue boxes or shading within the upper graph represent intentional censoring of those values as we work for site-specific calibration to adjust for matrix interference. It's not loss of data, but those represent high concentrations, and just how high is still being determined based on corresponding lab results. And so those will be redrawn and scaled based on that site-specific calibration. But just to walk you through this, looking at these different traces, there's a series of black arrows pointing up and down. And what they're meant to do is to show that you have a one-to-one relationship between turbidity and dissolved organic matter, meaning that the pulses that have increased turbidity within the system also have an associated organic component. But if we look at the lower trace, there's only 2 peaks associated with a significant increase in salt levels. And so really the take home of this is that different plumes or slugs of water input from tributaries or upstream sources have different effects within the system and different chemistry. And because we cannot be there sampling 100% of the time, this provides insight to the nature, range, and frequency of these potential disturbances to the water supply or to the aquatic system. And that with this level of information, and this is mostly leveraging those deployments that Ken alluded to through the NGWAS program, we're really able to learn more about our system and understand areas to target for future sampling, or again, from the water user's perspective, periods of time when the water conditions may not be suitable for use. Next slide. Moving downstream, we go just north of Grand Junction to the Pine Gulch Burn area. This is about 4.5 times larger than the Grizzly Creek Burn. And you can see that, again, we have a similar basin hazard map, but the majority of this is both high or moderate basin hazard for debris flow and landslides. And this is important because the relief within this area is very extreme, and it's also in a different geology that is even more erosive than some of the local geology within Glenwood, attributed to Cretaceous sedimentary rocks or marine shales. And so within this, go to the next slide. We have different bodies contributing water to both the east and west side of Grand Junction, along Roan Creek to the east, coming in upstream of Cameo. See a series of different triangles on the map here, and these represent a similar monitoring effort as to what was described for Grizzly Creek, focusing on deployments of sensors, periodic water quality samples. What's different at this location is that each one of these sites is also instrumented with an auto sampler. And that auto sampler allows us to collect additional samples and anchor points to produce daily record for both salinity and suspended sediment leaving these different areas. The yellow triangles represent sites that are established in direct partnership with the BLM. The red triangles represent sites that were existing, recently created under the NGWAS program, but are augmented through this partnership to target these constituents. And of note in the middle, you'll see Big Salt 1 and Big Salt 2. It's a little bit strange to see 2 sites within one drainage, where both of them are downstream of the burn area. And this is done for a very intentional purpose, and that's to basically grow out this program to look at additional aspects. One of the aspects that's important when considering sediment and salinity within these areas are agricultural effects. And so installation of Big Salt 1 occurs just upstream of the Government Highline Canal and represents the conditions leaving BLM lands or range lands, including the burned areas upstream, whereas Big Salt 2 is a reoccupying of a historical USGS gauge site from the 70s and 90s, allows us to look at changes in agricultural loading, as well as the balance entering the river system. Next slide. So shifting gears entirely away from fire, but still on the drought topic, is what, as mentioned, was a growing problem, as it seems, in Western Colorado associated with algae. As Ken mentioned, there's a longer-term study in place with different local partners up in the White River trying to document, understand the algal occurrences, characteristics, and controls at multiple locations on the White River upstream of Meeker that has reached its end of its data collection phase. But because of the extraordinary drought conditions that we're seeing in 2021, we've identified an opportunity to go out and collect additional samples to reinforce findings or to enhance the analysis of that study. And so this is a very broad overview, but the intention back in 2017 was to use historical data analysis and literature review to hone in on new data collection activities, to then implement those data collection activities to characterize chemical, physical, and biological conditions along a gradient of the river, and then use that to inform an analysis, a statistical analysis on what controls algal growth or enhances algal growth within the setting. Next slide. So very quickly punching through this diagram, on the right-hand side, we have in black the actual daily values of stream flow from 2018 through 2020. The different color gradients represent whether or not those conditions were high or low flow conditions. And so the cooler colors of green and blue would be higher periods of flow, whereas orange and red would be periods of low flow. And so chunking through this pretty rapidly, there's an association between high flow periods during the spring and algal abundance in late summer. And that in times when you have limited scouring occurring within that spring snowmelt window, you may have more substantial algal growth during base flow conditions in summer. This is not a one-to-one mechanical thing. It ties into water temperature, nutrient levels, flushings of sediments, but it also can be explained potentially through the mechanical abrasion of the algae budding sites. And so one of the hypotheses being tested within this analysis was whether or not we see a direct increase following these low flow period years. And for 18 and 19, the pattern held. When we had high flow, we had less algae. When we had low flows, we had greater algae. But then in 2020, we cycled back down to a low flow period, and we still did not see very abundant algae at that site. And so 2021 became an opportunity to see, is this a persistent condition or antecedent conditions more important, just to help us collect another data set to test that hypothesis. Next slide. And so with that, a subset of the initial 20 sites was selected, and at 9 of 20 sites, algal abundance was characterized using chlorophyll A or ash-free dry mass, and that a subset of those 9 sites, additional water chemistry, as well as algae taxa and streamflow measurements were completed. Next slide. And not to give anything away, but here's a picture from 2021. And so we do see a return to a more abundant algal growth following that second year of reduced peaks. And so this will play into an analysis that's underway. The report is pending in the next year. Next slide. And with that, I'll take questions from the board.
Anyone have any questions or comments?
I have a question.
Yes. Director.
I don't know if you can hear me, but if
Yes,
you
I can hear you.
Okay. Is the data that we would be getting from those water quality monitoring sites on the Colorado, did you say if that was posted online, is that easily accessible?
Yes, the continuous monitors are served in near real time. And so hourly updates are posted to the web. A convenient way to find that data is using the USGS water dashboard. It's a map-based platform that allows you to zoom in, click on specific areas, and look at all data available at those locations.
I would add, not relative to this program specifically, but for the Gunnison and other folks outside the Colorado, the next generation NGWAS is also deploying a lot of instruments, especially above Taylor Park that you may have heard of. It's the same program that's doing those, and those are also available online.
Yes.
Ken, Corey, Alvain, and Rick here. Corey, if you can't see me. One of the things that if I recollect during our conversations about the algae in the White River is when we were looking at the water quality constituents, we were seeing very small amounts that were almost at the detection level of the equipment. Equipment adequate enough because we're looking at such small volumes, small quantities, milligrams per liter, parts per billion, however you want to say it, that can be contributing to the algae growth, and we just can't measure it? Do we need to find a different graph or spectrum in there that we can get in there to really start? Because if you open up a different range, all of a sudden different trends can be showing up. The right equipment for that? Is technology even there? I don't know. Because I'm sorry, please, you probably have an answer, Corey.
Okay, to jump in, that is one of the issues, to quote, a potential scientific issue. To observe something is to interfere with it in some ways, right? And as we go to monitor the algae, it's there and it's interacting within the water column, and so it's absorbing, it's cycling nutrients. And so if the algae wasn't there, we would have potentially different water chemistry within the river. And so that's why that study had multiple prongs or approaches to get at those questions. We looked at water quality conditions through the historical record. We looked at them in pre-algal onsets to see if we could identify concentrations or loads at different time periods, as well as during the onset of algae. And then just last fall, we completed a nutrient synoptic, again, during the low flow period, when everything was working for us to be able to understand different loading sources and differences along the study reach upstream from Meeker. And so it is a problem, but the study design is meant to address that, but it is a difficult situation.
Yeah, Alden, I'm not sure if the technology exists to go below that detection limit like that. Right, Corey, I mean, the instrumentation's just not there at this time.
Well, for ultra low level nutrient analysis, you can do different analyses and get lower end results, have lower detection limits for those results, but it may or may not be cost effective to do so. As far as continuous monitors, nitrate plus nitrite sensors are improving both in their affordability and in their detection and accuracy ranges. And so, another aspect would be to look at that both day and night. Having a continuous deployment would help capture those concentrations. Again, there's still some limit at the lower end.
And Alden, also worth considering is it may be in storage in the river channel as well. Maybe algae is utilizing some of that storage. We haven't sampled.
When we find out the stuff can create its own food too.
Yeah, it's nitrogen fixing.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No smoking guns though yet, huh?
Well, it's a combination of things. We think we do see some increases in phosphorus. We see a change in the ratio of nitrogen to phosphorus in a favorable way for algae, and we are seeing that these maintenance flows might be playing a role. So, no smoking gun.
Maintenance flows from what?
Well, high flow. We just don't have the high flows.
Oh, I got you. Okay, I just want to understand your definition. Don't worry. I understand. You just need to understand that. Okay.
Okay. And yes.
Can I just jump in and say thank you to Corey and Ken for the presentation? And again, this is a great example of partnering that we have from our agencies with your board. And it's great to have been able to be here to hear it.
We appreciate.
Sorry about the bad news, though.
Thanks for that. Thank you very much. Does anyone have another question on the presentation? And if not, we'll move to the action item. And as I understand staff's request, it is that we approve delegated authority to the general manager to amend the joint funding agreement with USGS, subject to review and approval by legal counsel, to increase the obligation amount by not to exceed $98,000. This is not, this is an obligation to manage increased cooperating matching funds. It is not actually River District resources, money. Is that accurate, DK?
Exactly right. And Ken had that, I'm sorry, Corey had that in the last slide, allocating that $98,000 to $80,000 for fire monitoring and 18,000 for the big salt wash monitor.
So these are not new funds or unbudgeted funds from the district. It's management. All right, motion by Catlin, second. And so is there additional, by Haas? And is there any additional discussion? If not, all those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Nay. All right, thank you very much. And yes, we appreciate the very informative presentation. And we very much appreciate you taking your time to be here and working so cooperatively with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ken, one more question before you run away. When will we get the report given to us on the White River?
So there's more than one.
Oh.
Yep, we broke it up. One is, the first report is kind of focuses in on some of the chemistry. The second report focuses on some of that modeling.
Okay.
And subsequent to that, there'll be a fact sheet, just kind of a pulled out, just for a quick reference for both reports. The first report is in review right now. It's actually making its way up the chain for approval.
Okay.
So that could be, depending on how fast we can get it through that process, a few months that we could probably release a copy to our cooperators for review.
It would be very beneficial as we are doing all of our water planning. It's pretty massive, the water planning effort that's happening on the White River Basin now. That the sooner we get that, and I understand the time crunch as you are, but it's very important to have this included within our planning process because it carries large scientific value for us to take care of not only quantity, but also quality. The two are interrelated there. So, and we're looking for those primers to focus areas that we need to really focus on. So thank you for that.
Okay, noted.
Okay, can we move on now in the agenda back to the letter? And Peter, in Zane's absence, will you finish up this?
Yeah, I can. A couple of points I wanted to clarify about this letter. I would think before we shifted topics, we were mentioning that this letter is just an ask. It's not actual legislation. It's obviously related to the potential for legislation, but it's not legislation at this point in time. A number of points. Number one, I think we're just sort of asking for a general consensus. If it's okay with the board, if Andy signs this letter, I don't think we need or necessarily want specific board action to formally approve the letter. And there's a couple of reasons for that. And that's, number one, it's just kind of it's just a draft. It's a letter, and it is, very importantly, still in draft form. It could change. There's a number of entities that are looking at it. I don't think any specific entity, to my knowledge, has sort of said, yes, we are fully in support of this and this draft. So all of which is a way of saying, these types of things have a habit of changing. We need a little flexibility in the direction that you provide. I'm hopeful that there will be other entities that support the concept and endorse it. I believe they will. I don't think anybody has yet, at least to my knowledge. And I'm happy to entertain any other questions or certainly let me know if the board has a strong feeling that it isn't something that the district should support.
So with that explanation, we're not wordsmithing. We are deciding whether or not we want to give our staff, delegate to Andy and Peter the ability to use their judgment with the revisions to determine whether the district signs on to this letter. However, we do want to give them direction about things that would be fatal flaws or things that we want to make sure are included. Okay, so with that, Director Richard.
Just a quick question. You said it's not legislation, but does it become the framework for legislation?
In theory, these things, I've seen that letters and asks like this, that if there's consensus, good, strong consensus language on these things, some of the language has been lifted into draft legislation in the past. DCP itself might have been similar to that. So that's possible. It's, I don't think anybody's saying, here's the proposed legislative language. It's saying, here are the things that we, would want money to allocate to, or would like to have some money.
I'm going to go to Director Aquafresca and then Director Curry.
Thank you. Peter, I was concerned about one of the legs of the drought contingency plan being included in this, and that would be the phreatophyte management and weather modification. Would those two qualify for attention under this existing language, or might we want to add something specific?
That's a really good question, Director Aquafresca. We can try to get something in there specific to those. Some of the changes that we have specifically requested have been to make specific requests that the language point to money being used consistent with the DCP documents. In my mind, that means we could fit that, those items that you referenced into that framework, because obviously those two things are included in the DCP, as you noted. So I think it's okay as is. I don't think, I'm trying to skim it again briefly, but I don't think that it specifically mentions those items, but it does specifically mention money being spent consistent with the DCP.
All right, I'll take your judgment on that.
Yes, Director Curry.
Thank you. Peter, I don't know if you can flip to page 5, where the DCP and minute 323 implementation column is. And there's under funding needs, 5 million identified for the Bureau and UCRC staff capacity. And remember yesterday when we talked about UCRC, whether it was going to be adequately resourced and up to what it's going to need to do the work that's in front of it. Is that a reasonable dollar amount in your opinion? Is that kind of where it should be?
Good question. If it was annually, I might apply for the job myself. But I don't know enough about the specifics of the funding. I think I'm imagining that the folks that came up with that number,
Had a reason.
Yeah, had a reason to.
Okay. And anything helps.
Yeah.
So true. Other questions and comments or a motion to?
I don't know that we need a motion.
You don't need a motion?
I don't think
just
so.
direction?
Just
Is
direction.
everyone okay with delegating the support? Yes, Director Haas.
Thank you. Just a quick comment. I think the conversation this morning about what can we do, how can we be proactive? I think this is really trying to do that, and I hope we can support it. Because I think we don't know what the future looks like. If we've learned anything in the last few years, it's that uncertainty lies around the corner, and the more flexibility we can have and resources to help us deal with this would be a good thing, in my opinion.
Is everybody comfortable? Director Kell.
It's on page 4, about assist interested states in the upper basin. The one we looked at yesterday was 25 million, and so the $50 million that we're talking about there is for the river, is for all 7 states, or is that what Colorado is asking for?
No, that would be for all 4 upper basins.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Is everyone comfortable
No, I'm-
with delegating this to staff? And they're okay. Director Vandenbrink.
I'm not comfortable. I'm sorry. The concern I have is that there's a perception that I feel that might be coming from this, that we're signing off on demand management or the drought contingency plan or something like that. Just what I'm getting in my gut. Maybe I'm scared because I got a basin that feels so vulnerable. Dadgummit, that's the reality of it. And I don't want to make it perceived that Rio Blanco County is signing on to a demand management process here that's going to slit our throat. And all of a sudden we got semi trucks lining up to provide water to our town. Will that happen? I don't know, but I would be more encouraged to follow in with this if maybe we put something about some caution. These are some of the cautions that we're getting that we're concerned about. You know, I understand the need to keep doing this under our current time. These conditions don't look like they're going to be improving. What they said wasn't going to happen, happened, and here it is today. But I think before I would be really supportive of this, I would just like to be encouraged that there be some level brought into there expressing our concerns that we have. We don't have to go into great detail, but at least say there are some issues that we have about demand management, and we are watching this as it moves forward. And demand DM is just one piece of that thing. So I hope I expressed myself clear enough with that.
Sorry, Director Holmes.
Well, I just, I hear that concern, and I would just say, I was able to be part of some of these conversations with the states, and all 4 Upper Basin states were very, very clear that this is not doing demand management. They are not signed on to that. They have not made any decisions. So they were really clear on the kind of all 4 spoke with a unified voice that this is not demand management. Secondly, the reason for a lot of these other things in here is to take the pressure off demand management, to do other things, because there is no silver bullet. So, but the lower basin does need to be doing system conservation. So it's trying to get them some resources to do that so they can solve their own problem for all of us. But then let's look at these other things. We've got to start trying some things. It was not meant to be about demand management. It was about to be about a broader suite of things. So maybe that gives some comfort. I mean, I'm not.
No, and thank you, Taylor, because I see that as well. We're talking about the lower basin states to implement new conservation measures. But is that going to open up an opportunity for them to use more water because now they can serve more water?
Always that risk.
It's
right?
always that risk. You try to do things in good faith as best you can. So, yeah. But that does help. Thank you.
Director Kemp.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To answer that specifically, last night I had conversations with these guys and told them that we didn't want to put wording in this that wouldn't even hint at demand management. So if you look at the letter that was sent yesterday, that we got a chance to look at, and I don't mean to mix everybody up here, but under system conservation compensated reduction of demand, same section we're looking at here. They took out the word incentivize opportunities for demonstrations. We say in this new one, assist interested states in the upper basin to provide opportunities for demonstration projects that may help them. What that means is that it's not simply demand management. That means that in my country, we might do deregulating ponds, like the thing that we approved this morning. Some of those kind of things takes water, sets it off to the side of the canal and holds it there to where it can then be used to sweeten the river or the creek as it comes down to deliver water at that big head gate. Those are the kind of projects that we want to take a look at. I'm not interested in demand management. I can tell you, I've hollered about that for a long time. But I think we need the opportunity to take a look at what works in your river district. What works up there in your basin? What works in the Uncompahgre? What works in the Gunnison? And this is an opportunity to get a pot of money to start taking a look at those and let irrigation companies, conservancy districts, those kind of people come to the system and say, we want to look at this. And it also took out specifically that we were saving water for the system. That's the one thing that worries me, is that we save water and just let it run free down into the system Now anybody can use it in what you would call priority. But if we save water and we do it under demand management, it needs to be identified specifically as that's ours. We're not convinced that we're going to put the water in Lake Powell. We may save it in these reservoirs up high in the country to where we have done it. But this is an opportunity for people that are trying to get into this rather than coming to our smaller pot of money, being able to go to this and say, through the Bureau or through Soil Conservation or through USGS, say, we want to look at this. Because these are the kind of things that we're going to have to probably do in order to save enough water that we're going to be able to meet some of these demands in our home countries. So I don't see this as being a demand management. I don't see us saying, yeah, we're all for it. Because a demand management is on everybody's mind. Your district, my country, everybody's thinking about it. But there are other projects that can be done that will help you and I just as much as demand management.
Thank you.
I'm gonna pause this conversation just for a minute because I think the Assistant Secretary had someone she wanted to introduce to us.
Forgive me, and also thank you for letting me listen into that interesting conversation because it is very relevant, and that's exactly the kind of discussion that I think I benefit from, we all benefit from having. But we had a reference earlier today to the Eastern Area Office and the good coordination that we have going on. So I have delighted to present the next portion of my tour in Colorado is going to be going, continuing along east, but wanted to, could you just?
Yeah, sure. Patrick Fisher, I'm the Deputy Area Manager, Eastern Colorado Area Office. Good to see you guys. I'm working with staff a bit here on some challenges and had good engagement. So yeah, I echo the same words. Thanks for letting us listen to the last few minutes. Appreciate it.
And feel free to continue listening in as long as you have time. I think we're going to be spending a little bit more time on.
Yeah, thanks. So apologize for the interruption, but wanted to let you know we're here from all sides of the area. So thank you. Well, but yeah, it's like.
And this board, notwithstanding what appears to be usually unanimous votes, this board always has very healthy, energetic discussions about important topics.
Important discussions.
So,
yes.
So that's just how we work. Director Bentley, you were next, and then Director Aquafina.
So I went to the whole letter looking for the demand management stuff. It's referenced one place, it says help assess the feasibility of an upper basin demand management program among others. And this for the upper basin contract. Is that some language in this?
Where are you, Steve?
This is item number 3.
Yeah, and again, I mean, I would sort of go back to what we were saying before, that, and we're right, I think Taylor was probably saying was, this is geared towards, you know, not implementing money to demand management because, number one, no demand management program yet exists. It needs to be approved by each of the 4 upper basin states and the UCRC before it is implemented. This is money that could go towards continued assessment of feasibility of a demand management program, legal administration, that sort of thing. In my mind, at least, we've already assessed the, you know, on the ground feasibility. But we can request modification. In my mind, that's just sort of going, it's not an endorsement of demand management itself.
So I
Continue
should have prefaced that. I support the letter. I think it sounds great. I think it really, you know, shows that there is a time is of the essence. I mean, this is something that has to go out. And I think it kind of encapsulates all the things that we've been talking about. If that's the one place that demand management is mentioned, I don't know if there's.
Okay, Director Aquafresca.
Thank you. I was going to bring to the board's attention that exact same sentence on page 5 that reads, help assess the feasibility of an upper basin demand management program, which is what we've been doing for the last 3 or 4 years. Anyhow, But if that reference is taken out, that's fine with me.
Let me offer this suggestion, see if staff's comfortable. We're acknowledging that this is a draft, that it is likely to undergo additional changes. Might I suggest that perhaps before we actually sign it and send it off, that staff circulates the revised proposed draft, understanding nobody's getting, 48 hours, 72 hours to review and provide comments. But when it comes in, we need to look at it quickly. If there is truly a fatal flaw, I think then staff needs to be aware of that. And if we have to call a meeting, a meeting with 24 hours notice to discuss it, we can do that. But I understand the reluctance, notwithstanding how much we do trust our staff. I certainly appreciate the reluctance of signing what appears to be sort of a blank check.
Yep, me too, Ed.
Thank you so much.
I mean, that works for me if I understood the direction. With I guess a couple of just observations from my perspective, and it's obviously the board's call. The first is that again, as much as we don't like demand management, it may be something that we are either very happy to embrace or glad that we have on hand, given the potential alternatives. We don't need to make that decision today by a long shot. We're not asking anybody to make that decision today, but I don't want to have the River District be viewed that any mention of the words demand management somehow connotates that we've endorsed it, and that concern therefore requires us to reject it at all, in every possible corner. Because if we do that, we eventually box ourselves out of the discussion and the seat at the table and toe in the door. And that to me is a greater risk than putting out there that, hey, we're okay with exploring this concept further. We don't like it, but continue, we recognize that it may eventually become necessary without us endorsing.
And I think that's the importance actually of the direction that we've also given staff to take a stab at putting together something in the way of a proposal on demand management that we might be able to actually not only endorse, but offer up as a discussion piece for further conversation with others.
One last thing, and then I promise I'll shut up about it.
No, that's not at all the direction we want you to go. Director Vandenberg.
Peter, you mentioned something here that struck a tone with me when you mentioned that. All of us have not been invited to the table. This whole thing's been working with behind closed doors and under a large cloak. And when people were approached to be part of the process, they were denied. So I guess I'm looking at a means for me to make sure that the constituents that I represent, they finally got a seat at the table. The River District is our seat at the table because we were out. We don't want to hear what you got to say. And that's what was said. And then when I do throw something in there, I get a hand slap from the state of Colorado. Man, that lights a fire under me. When you're the one that's going to be sitting there and having a tap shut off, people not having water, not having a redundant system sitting there, and now they're trying to take that away from you, you're darn right. I'm going to come out like I'm a cornered badger. And that's where I'm at, and that's where we feel. So forgive my passion. But please, carry our message forward, because that's how I'm trying to use this mechanism that's in front of us with the River District and your voice to carry this minority that's not feeling like it's being well represented in the state. But you're doing that for us, so thank you. And that's why I really want to instill that. Thank you, Peter, though. Thank you.
Sure, thank you, and we love passion here at the River District. And I can feel it. I just want to be clear that while we serve and we very much take on our role to serve as the voice of the four corners of the River District and all of its water users and constituents, we also want to make sure that their own individual voices like yours are heard. I don't think we're doing our job if we're not doing that as well. I mean, we go to you and we hear what you're saying and we try to convey that to others. Sometimes we're better at it than other times, but another important part of our job is to make sure that each individual voice is heard, and we can do, we'll do whatever we can to make sure that continues.
And I have that certainty. Thank you.
And let me just say, this brings us full circle to a conversation that we had yesterday about the need for some additional conversation with people in top positions in the state of Colorado about our frustrations with the lack of communication, cooperation, and coordination with the River District. And this is an example. They did not hear us a year or so ago, 2 years ago, when they started this process. As you will recall, we raised our concerns very vocally. Maybe it was even 3 years ago. But we raised those concerns, as you will recall. Andy raised those concerns very effectively at the annual forum that year in Grand Junction. And yet, having raised those concerns, the concerns were not fully addressed. And as a result, we still have, these lingering concerns. And so if the state of Colorado is at all wants to bring a unified position to the table, I think they probably need to hear us now, that this is an important time to involve the district. Yes, Director Curry.
Thank you for those remarks. Madam Chair, I might be wrong, and maybe this is just my gut response to this, but it seems like we're doing a diplomatic thing here, supporting allocation of so much money to the lower basin. And I hope they don't forget it when we need money for the upper basin states. And I didn't go through and tally it. And I get that there's a pretty big line item for forest health in there. But we're supporting as a district, if we sign on to this, we're supporting the expenditure of those infrastructure dollars for the lower basin states to get their act together because they're affecting us. But we're supporting their recycling dollars. We're supporting actions that I think I'm proud that we are, but I intend to remind them if they forget.
Yes, Director Gray and then Peter.
Okay. So I've been having to really talk to myself about keeping in mind that this is not legislation, this is just general. And we do have to keep in mind that Alden and I and Mark and others have expressed really concerns about some of the DCP stuff, that we're not everybody. But one of the things that, and I don't know how we make note of it, I'm just making note of it now. And it's been on my mind ever since DK gave his presentation yesterday. That here we have a lower basin and an upper basin that signed on to some DCP actions. And we see how dry it is, and we see the lower basin is next year going to reduce their consumptive use by 600,000 acre feet when they've been using 9. So they're still going to be way over allocation. We've complained about the structural deficit. And all of us in the upper basin who are above these reservoirs are already doing demand management on a mandatory no water is there basis to the tune of, I won't pin DK down, but up to 1 million acre feet. We're already doing it because we have to. And so why in the heck are we going to consider doing other things that we agreed to in the DCP when the DCP in itself is flawed? It has the lower basin reducing, even in severe drought, not even enough to not be overtaking after they reduce. And so that thing ends in 2026, and hopefully we're going to have, if that stays in place till 2026, we're going to have a different roadmap ahead of us that doesn't just throw us under the bus to, you got to use less so we can keep using more. And that's a bigger picture item than this letter. So like I said, I'm trying to talk to myself. This letter doesn't address that. So, but we need to address it some way at some time. So that's my little passion too.
Thank you. I think I'm hearing what both directors, well, all the directors are saying, and I hope I'm getting that message clear. Did want to respond to Director Curry's comment about the money in the lower basin. Yes, I hope they remember that if and when we need the money, which we likely will, but also to recognize that any help we can give to them to spend money in the lower basin is all going towards that very issue of reducing the structural deficit, reducing the overuse in the lower basin. And that helps us, tremendously. We know that is a big help to the upper basin when they implement reductions in lower basin demands, especially if they're permanent. I have a request regarding the suggested direction to council, though, that is a slight change or maybe a major change. And that is related to sending out a revised draft and seeking some concurrence. It causes a couple of concerns. Number one is the timing. There is a quickly coalescing concurrence on I believe on this letter. Sometimes these things happen, sort of lickety split, and you need to sign on if you're going to sign on soon, like tomorrow or today. And sometimes it either dies completely or gets postponed for a month because of issues. If it gets postponed, I'm perfectly fine sending out another draft and saying, here's what we were able to secure. If it doesn't, and there is a big rush to try to get on, there's a couple of options. We could send a Me Too letter after the fact. That's okay, but it doesn't really have the same gravitas, if you will, as actually signing on to the letter. And so my recommendation would be to try to sign on to the letter if we can. Then regarding the sort of sending out, if we're able to send out a redraft, asking for board concurrence and things raises some public meeting issues that I don't want to get caught up in. We can send you out a redraft again. If we have time, we'll certainly send out something that does get signed if it happens sooner, if you give us that direction. And individual directors can comment to me and or Andy, others.
What is the pleasure of the board? Yes.
I think thank you. If we're comfortable with staff pursuing, signing on to the letter, I think it's going to happen today. So, or at the earliest tomorrow. So if folks can get comfortable with that, then it'd be good to be able to sign on. Because I agree, Me Too letter doesn't quite have the same, you don't get put in that category who gets consulted after the fact.
Director Van?
I think you understand our position very clearly. Thank you, Peter.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Yes, Director Captain.
Well, I trust this staff. I think that we've bragged on them, we've thanked them, we've done all these kind of things. Well, now's the time. I don't think they're gonna do anything that will hurt us. I don't think that they're gonna sell us down the river. I think one of the things that they'll do is that they'll put their personal reputations and their professional name on the line. They represent the district, all of us. Those of us in the row crop business, those of you in the cow business, those of you in the recreational business, they're gonna do what they can for the best for the district. I trust them. I think we should say we trust you. Sign the letter, let's go see what it'll do.
Okay. Any
I support signing the letter today.
Any other contrary thoughts? Okay, staff has ample direction in this regard.
Thank you. I wanted to get back to the legislative part and just say that, there will hopefully be a more full and opportunity to weigh in on any potential legislation that comes out of this.
And we'll be there.
Correct.
All right.
With our,
Okie dokie. So
thank you.
With that, if we could do a very short update on information and outreach, very short.
Promise just to take a minute of your time. Thank you so much, directors. It's wonderful to be here with you all and to meet so many of you in person. Even though I'm only 2 months in as the Director of Public Relations, I'm really grateful to be here with such a fantastic, hardworking, and passionate staff and board. So thank you all. Again, I'll keep this very brief. The most significant update as far as our EA memo goes is us, is the staff. It's this new team. It's an incredibly exciting time to be joining the River District. And as was noted yesterday, Zane and I will be co-heading the external affairs team. And we're going to be working together to craft and develop a new communication strategy for the district. That includes social media. So some of that work that Director Aquafresco is referring to on photos, we will be tackling some of that. So not to worry on that front. And Lindsay, who we're so grateful to have here in only her second week with us at the district, will be helping us implement those strategies as we move forward. And I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge Eleanor Hassenbeck in all of this, who is up on the screen. This is actually Eleanor's very last day with the River District. So we're just so grateful to have had her knowledge and guidance as we've transitioned into our new team here. And the work that she and Alicia Frederick did, they've elevated the district's messaging in a way that has been essential and has put us in a really strong position moving forward with our new team to continue that upward and outward momentum, connecting with all our constituents and folks that we haven't reached before. So thank you so much, Eleanor, for all of your work and for helping us get to this point. The other notable updates are events and outreach. Both past and upcoming. The previous EA team had to react and adapt to pandemic conditions and successfully transitioned us to an all virtual series of events, even developing the wildly popular Water with Your Lunch series, which engaged many new people remotely across the district. We will be, because of that success, we will be continuing this program to continue that drumbeat across our virtual network of constituents. And that will be continuing on August 5th, actually, with our next Water with Your Lunch series, which will be a discussion on Lake Powell issues and their effects on West Slope constituents. The State of the River webinar series happened this past spring and was a success of my predecessors, adapting to those challenging circumstances. The 4 webinars that we had each held hundreds of virtual engagements from folks, with the Colorado State of the River topping numbers with nearly 350 registered attendees or registered folks and over 200 attendees connecting at that particular webinar. Our team is excited, however, to transition back to those boots on the ground in-person outreach efforts and events. And as you heard from Amy in her presentation, we are working on a series of events across the district to get the community funding partnership out in front to all folks across all corners of the district. So we're looking forward to being out there in the fall, as well as having our annual seminar, hopefully in person again. We have it scheduled for Friday, October 1st at Colorado Mesa University. So with that, those are our major updates. The rest is in our memo, but we welcome any questions. Otherwise, we'll keep it to that.
Any questions or comments? The only one I would have, and I'm glad to hear you're looking at going back to some in-person kinds of things. I think the group did a great job in pivoting for the pandemic. It'd be nice to get back to some in-person. And can I just suggest or ask that when you're scheduling the State of the River presentations in the various locations, if you could try and check with the calendars of the directors from those, because I know I couldn't attend mine. I don't think she could, yeah, and I don't think Director Catlin was able to attend his. I'm not sure on some of the others, but it really would be awfully nice if you could try and coordinate those calendars a little bit better.
Absolutely.
Okay. Yes.
People are listening. And I know I've been bumped on the Base Roundtable within just our Rio Blanco County as I visit Meeker, Buford, wherever I am in the county. But even up at Craig and Moffett County, they're picking me out, and they're listening too. They're listening to what the River District's saying, and the State of the Rivers. They picked up an awful lot. How that was organized this year was very nice, very crafty. And I'm glad to see that level of thought go into that. It was very methodical in how you did it, and it made people really understand the message you were trying to get across much more clearly. So good job.
Thank you very much and welcome aboard to both of you. And I think I need to touch base with you guys offline about an event I'm going to be doing. So unless anybody has anything different, we will move on. I'm sorry.
I just have one thing I wanted to mention in to respond to Director Aquafresca. Our photos posted on Instagram, I'm not exactly sure where all of them are within the district. They are all within the district with the caveat that some of them are of the Continental Divide, and so you might catch some Arkansas Basin at the very tops of the mountains. But that's an ongoing project to organize that database a little bit more, organize our photo database a little bit more to really be able to pin those down in social media posts. But our team's working on that too.
Well, thank you. They're beautiful. They're always beautiful images, but I thought they would have a much greater impact if people could learn precisely where that is and be proud of the fact that that's within our state and within the management, in many cases, of the River District.
Certainly, yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks, Eleanor.
Thank you and good luck to you.
Thank you all.
And, I think, in future meetings, we need to move the project operations and updates to a little different place on the agenda, because you always come at the end and always kind of end up with short shrift. So perhaps for next time we can put them.
Not before legal.
They might cause you
Just threw down the gauntlet there.
But the board sets the agenda, so.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I don't mind being brief. It's actually my preference. So with that in mind, you have a memo that runs through requests for action and a few updates. The first item is on the Yampa River supply maximum quantity. So in the water marketing policy for the Yampa River Basin, There's a maximum amount that we're allowed to contract out to a single entity in a given year. That's 250 acre feet. We've been having conversations with Colorado Water Trust, and they have expressed an interest in greater than that amount. So we're requesting that amount be increased to 750 acre feet for this year for Colorado Water Trust in particular. This leaves roughly 200 remaining acre feet in the reservoir for other agricultural, other users if they come forward. But we do think it's a good opportunity to maximize the use of that reservoir and get more water in the river, and it helps out the enterprise. That's the first item. Would you like to wait until the end of the memo to?
No, let's go ahead and let's address them as we go. Yes, Director Campbell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is there any opportunity that ag's going to need more water than 200 feet?
There's always that opportunity. We don't have
historical.
Yeah, in the past,
Base it on?
no, we've had very little contract demand out of LCAD. We do have one contract in the works, but it's for 4 acre feet. We also, this year, we have the board authorized this pilot project through the CFP program. So we have 1,500 acre feet that we'll be releasing that should help out. We'll be trying to keep the call off using that 1,500 acre feet. So that should help out ag.
Thanks.
Director Kirk.
Thank you. It was just a quick question. How do you feel about carryover storage if you run that 750 down
In terms of being able to refill?
next year? Yeah.
Is that your question?
Yeah.
Do we have concerns about refilling?
Is this wise to refill?
Yeah. Unfortunately, Elkhead's a really small bucket on a relatively large stream. Okay. So even in really pretty extreme scenarios, we don't have a hard time filling it back up. Wolford's not, but that's a little bit different story. But Elkhead's a small bucket on a big stream.
Yes.
And Hunter, I think, stated 200 acre feet left in the reservoir. I think he meant 200 acre feet left in the marketable.
In our pool.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, there's a bunch of different pools. We have a contract pool, and it will leave 200 acre feet left in that pool.
Okay. Did you have a question?
I was just gonna make a motion.
Have at it.
I'll make a motion to extend the contract up to 750 acre feet.
Is there a second? Second by Greg. Moved and seconded. Further discussion? If not, all those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Nay? All right.
Thank you, directors. Now moving on to Wolford Mountain Project. You may recall that in 2020, we had a comprehensive dam safety evaluation. That evaluation concluded with a number of recommendations to decrease uncertainty of the risk evaluation. Staff has been working to implement those recommendations, including a subset through contract to HDR Engineering. So they're working on that. And one component of their work is delivering a drilling and monitoring plan. So that they'll probably be recommending some additional drilling and additional instrumentation at Richard Dam. That's going to require us to come back to the board for additional contracts. So we'll need to contract with drillers, and we'll also need to expand our contract with HCR for observation and direction of that. Just wanted to give everyone a heads up on that.
Is that an action item for today?
There's no action now because we don't actually have that plan. I just thought it would be helpful to give you a heads up that in the potentially coming months, we'll need board action on that.
Thank you.
And then River District staff is partnering with Denver Water this year for a dam safety exercise. So in the past, we've done these tabletop exercises ourselves, but we want to take advantage of an opportunity to work with Denver Water and partner with them on this dam safety exercise. And a tabletop exercise, just for a little background, it's a sort of a discussion-based exercise where you go through a hypothetical emergency. In this case, we'll have an emergency where that affects both Wolford Mountain Reservoir and Williams Fork reservoirs. We'll run through that. Emergency responders will kind of talk about and discuss how they would be responding to that scenario. So just a heads up there. And then lastly, this isn't in the board memo, but I wanted to give everyone the heads up that we had an incident with trespassing at the dam. So someone compromised a lock gate at the dam. They gained access to the tower for people who've been out there before. Fortunately, it seems like it was just a case of some thrill seekers or something, but it sort of showed to us that we have an issue there. We've subsequently had a meeting with the sheriff and some other emergency responders. So hopefully we can have a quicker response in the future if something like that comes up again. And lastly, we are working to install a video surveillance monitoring system up there. So it'll have automatic alerts. We're going to put in 7 cameras so that we've got really good eyes on the facility.
Thank you, Roger. Does anyone have questions or comments for Hunter? Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Everyone, we have covered a lot of ground. We've covered a lot of material. Let's just go over our future meetings very briefly. The budget workshop, which is a very important board meeting, because that's where we really spend time talking about the budget. When we bring it up, finally for vote, we've already had the conversations. So the budget workshop is the place to come to really be able to talk about budget items. So very, very important. It is scheduled Thursday, September 30th in Grand Junction. So if everybody could please make sure that's on your calendar. Followed by we're going back to, this is historically how we've kind of done it, is one day we do budget, the next day is our annual seminar. I think we're probably all really pleased to see that annual seminar back on the agenda for an in-person event. It's always very well attended in Grand Junction, and it's usually, there's never a dull moment. It's always a really good program. So that is on Friday, October 1st. So again, please put that in your calendar. Our quarterly meeting in October is the 19th and 20th. We will be back here. I don't know if we're going to be in our offices or here, but we'll be somewhere here at Glenwood Springs. And so again, please put that in your calendar if it's not already there. If you have any interest in the Water Congress Summer Conference, please speak to Stephanie like today before you leave. She's made reservations for at least some of us. And again, that's always a really good conference in Steamboat Springs. The Colorado River Water Users Conference is December 14th through 16th. And note that the Lower Basin tour that we were going to do a year or so ago, we're now looking at doing in February of 22. Andy has assured me it will not interfere with a ski weekend, but it will be a Monday through Friday kind of thing. So anything else that we need to do?
No, I don't think so. I would just say one thing, as you mentioned, our seminar is scheduled at CMU in person. We are still monitoring, the situation. So just if things need to be modified as far as restricting in-person attendance or doing some kind of hybrid event, et cetera, we will certainly let the board know as those decisions are made.
Peter, anything else that you have?
No, I don't have anything else. Looks like the highway is still closed. So I want to thank the directors for coming and those that are participating by Zoom today, and bearing with us as we work through without our general manager here. And thank you very much for your time and effort and dedication to the discussions.
And with that, meeting's adjourned.
Does anyone that lives here have a good recommendation on the best way out of here?
Cottonwood is
Do you still
okay.
think Cottonwood is?